Let's get you guys very handsome people on screen. All right. Make that happen.
We're so good for content. Sneaky debate,
Absolutely.
man. Your voice, my looks.
What is my
We
voice
bring
and my
viewers in.
looks?
That was a joke. I don't think that highly of myself.
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about stuff. Why don't we start? We have Spoon here, Sneaky Debate Man, who you all know and love, right? Or maybe just know. And then we have Eucharist down below. Eucharist, my man, always so happy to talk to Eucharist, right? It's always a treat, a pleasure, right? He's a scholar and a gentleman. So Eucharist, do you have any thoughts on any of the things that we talked about?
I had some quibbles, yes. Something that came up multiple times that I think is really important to talk about. Maybe it's too, in the weeds, maybe it's too nerdy. I don't know. But the idea came up, obviously, the Scrooge McDuck thing or the dragon thing, the idea that billionaires are people who are hoarding some kind of wealth. And I think that's important to talk about for two reasons. One of them is that it is the general assumption of fairness that we all have, that people who, should pay some amount that's proportional to, their income or their resources to contribute to what's going on in the country. Like if you have a lot of money, you should be helping out more, right? That makes sense to us, a lot of us. And then the idea that some people have that these people who have lots of resources have those tied up in ways that are beneficial to a lot of other people. So on the latter one, which I think is really important, right? This idea that, well, okay, these people don't just have $1 billion in the bank or multiple billions of dollars in the bank. What they have is assets that are worth that much. And they're making money off their investments, et cetera, et cetera. It's not liquid, whatever. One thing that I think we should all be a little bit familiar with, and of course, like with any financial thing in this kind of environment, we're all simplifying. None of us know actually what we're talking about, but something that we should all be familiar with was the whole, Wall Street bets, Reddit, GME kind of stuff that happened, where a certain group of people figured out that there was a certain group of rich people who were shorting certain stocks. And shorting, if you haven't seen or read The Big Short and learned some things about the financial crisis, is basically just gambling on the failure of a company. Okay, like you're basically betting that a company will do poorly, that it will underperform, and that you will end up making money off of that company underperforming or even tanking ultimately, right? And so what people were able to take advantage of was the fact that a bunch of billionaires thought, or a bunch of hedge funds that billionaires were invested in thought, that these companies like AMC and GameStop were going to perform poorly, and they artificially boosted those stocks by expressing large amounts of interest in them and raising their prices, so all of these people lost out. But what I think is the most important takeaway from that is not, oh, we can get together on Reddit and make a bunch of money for ourselves. It's that there were people who stood to make a lot of money off of the failure of certain companies. It's difficult for me to rationalize that as like, this is a productive use of my resources in the economy, right? This isn't me owning stock. This isn't me like investing in a startup. This isn't me, helping, small businesses out. This isn't me helping out small workers. This is like, I will profit if things suck and fail. Okay, so like I think we tend to underestimate the avenues of ways that you can make money if you have a lot of money, and we tend to assume that the way that you do that is by making that money do productive things. I don't think that's always true. I think we have a system where you can make some money doing some pretty shitty things and some pretty unproductive things, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's just important to kind of point out. The other stuff I'll leave, but that was my biggest quibble, I think.
Okay.
I agree with that. I just agree. Just because like you have this money and that money is like moving, doesn't necessarily mean that that's like it's moving in a good way, right? Like we always talk about, for example, like the GDP. The GDP has grown. This means good. This means good. Well, where did the GDP grow? Well, it didn't grow in the poor people. Like that's where it needs to grow. It grew in the rich people. The rich people got richer. The poor people got poorer. So yes, the GDP grew, but it didn't grow in a way that's actually beneficial to society at all. And I think it's just more to your point.
Get close to your mic next time. But thank you for that. We have coconut strawberry / mint lemonade or some other food stuff here. Would you like to say something?
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a problem. Like in and of itself, just shorting a stock, like that's really no different than buying a stock. Like you make money if you buy a stock, make money if it goes up, you short if it goes down. Now, I'm not saying that these bitch hedge funds don't do market manipulation, because of course they do. So market manipulation, I would say, is a bad thing. But just because you short a stock, and if that company goes down, if you're not making that company go down, then I don't see anything wrong ethically with shorting stocks.
I don't necessarily want to say that I have a problem with it, right? It's an option that is available to you if you have certain resources and know what you're doing. What I want to challenge is the idea that people who have large net worths have that net worth tied up in things that are producing things for other people necessarily. I don't think that that's true, right? So there are options available to you with your money to make money doing a lot of things that might not help other people but will help you. The idea that all financial transactions that end up, netting you some money are a net benefit for other people, I think it's just a myth. It's just not true. I think generally that's kind of true, right? You make money on like a micro scale by providing something that somebody wants. So like I sell a lot of shit on eBay, right? I go to thrift stores, I go to bookstores, I find books that people don't know are valuable and I buy them and I sell them on eBay. All right. So that I do something that somebody thinks is worth something, right? I find a book that this person clearly didn't know what it was. The person sorting through stuff at the thrift store didn't know what it was. And I put it on eBay and somebody will buy it from me because they know how much it's worth. Okay. So I've done something that for somebody like, yeah, I connected that buyer to a thing that they couldn't have found otherwise. That's the classic like free market. Ooh, you're creating value in this system kind of thing. Right. So I make a little money. They get what they want. It works out for everybody. Right. But I don't think that is true of all possible ways that you can invest your capital and make money. And I think that's just a misconception. So like when we talk about these billionaires hoarding wealth, yeah, everybody's right? It's not like I don't just have piles of gold that I'm swimming through. What I have is I'm putting my money into things that I think will guaranteed make me money. And those things are not always going to be good for most people or even a lot of people. It's going to be good for me and the people like me.
So yeah, do hedge funders actually provide value, right? They're building wealth, but do they provide value, right? If you're like making like micro trades again and again, right? Like over the course of split seconds, you just have an algorithm that just does that for you, right? Did you provide any value, or did you just like inflate the value?
Things that make money. Yeah, it's like that's the whole like critique of capitalism, right? That you can just own things that generate money. You don't necessarily have to be productive or like necessary. It's just you own it, it makes money, you get richer, and the only way to own one of these things is have loads of money in the first place.
Yeah, and it just ensures the wealth of those at the top, right? It ensures, it like calcifies those sitting up there, and it's
sorry.
No, you please.
Well, I was. This is another thing that came up earlier, right? Is that people made the point that like the way that these people with lots of capital gain access to liquid assets when they want to buy something like a yacht. Okay, so like maybe we could criticize the yacht transaction as exorbitant and everything else. Like, hey guys, did you know that for a long time in this country we had these things called sumptuary laws that limited the kind of luxury spending you could do? Whoa, wild! But the founders were in favor of this. Oh my god! But anyways, so even if we want to morally critique the buying of a yacht, we can all come up with an economic argument of why buying the yacht actually like helps other people, right? The people who are working and building the yacht, blah blah blah. But the real problem here is I think the taxation issue, right? That you're saying this benefits the people at the top, right? Because these people are able to borrow against the things that they already have that, as people on the panel said, are the banks just know are sound investments, right? You just know if you've got hundreds of billions of dollars in Amazon stock, and that's what
Amazon is not failing. Yeah, Amazon
you're good, right? So yeah. Bezos doesn't need to take income. Bezos doesn't even need his stock to go up. He can go and get a loan, and he can spend all that money like he has it as a liquid asset, and he can do that without paying the kind of taxes that we would normally expect someone who made that kind of money to pay. And I think that's really really the issue. That's where like the moral intuitions start really grating against what's actually happening. Is like this person is able to extract this amount of value from his net worth, but not pay taxes on it like it's income, but not pay taxes on it like it's capital gains. And that's the kind of stuff that people, I think, rightly want to find a way to fix. It's not easy to fix, right? There's not a good, clean, easy way to have a tax policy that both allows people to make a bunch of money and taxes them fairly, but like it's something that tends to grate against our intuitions about how, like, we have a progressive taxation system for a reason. We're like, yeah, past a certain point, you've got enough, you should be paying more into the system. And there are routes around that if your net worth is primarily in stocks and assets and things like that.
Yeah, I just agree. That's it. It's like the lefty position, isn't it? I mean, it's like the bog standard lefty position. I mean, like,
I hate that you say that, because I don't know if it's a lefty position. I think I don't know. I said in chat earlier, like, I just have like a basic fundamental Spider-Man ethic, okay? Like, with great power comes great responsibility, and that's not the way that things work with billionaires today, okay? I just don't. It's not. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know, because like, I think as well, like, a lot of people don't understand this. Like, even a lot of lefties don't understand this, right? They're just like, billionaires are evil because like they have lots, right? It's not that they're like individually evil people. It's the fact that someone with that much money can game the system to the point where they effectively can just be infinitely rich, like, just like never have to sort of like contribute. So like it's not necessarily like, you know, the individual that's evil. It's the system that permits this kind of perpetuation of wealth.
So I'll shut up after this for a little bit. One of the biggest black pills that I ever had in this arena was Peter Thiel, right? With a very like popular, famous right wing billionaire, right? He funds a lot of these right wing conservative causes that y'all might be concerned about. A lot of his net worth is tied up in his IRA, right? So he has a ton of PayPal stock in his IRA. So when Peter Thiel turns 65, he gets to cash out that IRA tax free. So an IRA investment account was created for the middle class, right? It was created so that people could put a bunch of money in, and then if they retired in a higher income bracket, they could take that money out and all the investments that have grown, and they could just get it tax free. It's an incentive for you to be saving and investing as a middle class person. But what happens sometimes in weird cases like Peter Thiel is you're a business person and you buy some of your own company's stock inside of the tax sheltered IRA, and that company turns out to be wildly popular and it blows up in value, and those stocks blow up in value. And so what's going to happen is Peter Thiel is going to retire and get billions of dollars completely tax free. It's a not even really a glitch. It's just the way the system was designed to work, but that's what's going to happen. It's just wild.
Yeah, it's not a bug, it's a feature for them. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Nardi is in chat. Sorry. Yes, perfectly legal. I'm not saying that shouldn't be legal. I'm just saying, like, this is the kind of thing that can happen, right, for some of these billionaires. So it grates, I think, against some of our moral intuitions about the kind of contributions we should be making to society proportional to the kind of money and resources that we have.
Like, illegal doesn't mean, that it's right, like, for society. Exactly what Chris was saying. Just because something is legal doesn't necessarily mean that this is the way it should be in our society, that it should be something that we should change. Billionaires are corrosive, have a corrosive effect in our society. They damage our political environment. They bend it to their will. So just because it's legal to be a billionaire, for instance, doesn't mean that I think that these people should exist. I mean, and that by that means, like, we should just tax them out of billionaire status. It doesn't mean that, of course, it's not a violent threat. Sorry, shut up.
So, but so the example you just gave, like, and I don't disagree with the billionaires being bad for society. I'm just like trying to work it out. What if I did the same thing? So I'm not a billionaire. I bought, I put $1,000 in PayPal, and then that $1,000 turned into $40,000. And when I turn 65, I get to cash that out tax free. Should I be able to do that? Like, is someone going to come in and say, "Oh, we need to take some of that money away from you also because you did the same thing he did"? Like,
I think like quite clearly there's like a line, right? So like Eucharist was saying, it's proportional to like the sort of amount you're getting out of society, what you should be putting into society, right? If like society has provided you with the means to obtain this much wealth, like surely you should be putting a lot of that back in, right?
Yeah,
Surely,
like
Yeah, like
meritocracy and capitalism just they don't go hand in hand. There's no way to have those two things together because there's always going to be somebody gaming the system, right? So what we need to do is we need to put things in place so that we can mitigate there actually being people hoarding money and becoming billionaires like that. We need to have some checks and balances in place, and we need to basically redistribute wealth in a way that it makes it equitable for everybody in the country.
so do you think that's possible within the capitalistic system, or do you think that capitalism somehow needs to be restructured to the point where there are no billionaires?
I think it could be mitigated like very well, but I think it is a feature of capitalism. I think like social democracy mitigates this like issue very well, like with like progressive tax bans and like tax reforms and like capital gains and blah blah blah. And you can mitigate this quite significantly to slow down wealth inequality. But like this is a feature of capitalism that like wealth trickles to the top.
I mean,
That's like
we
the
actually
whole
had
point.
this in the U.S. like for through the 50s and 60s. There were a progressive tax system in which billionaires or well, they didn't have billionaires really back then, but they had millionaires that were getting taxed, at a more progressive tax rate, and everything was in a more stable flux when it came to the economy. But then you hit the 80s where Reaganomics came through, and then all of the different checks and balances were stripped from the system, and over a period of 40 years now, we've gone to this late stage capitalism that's just destroying the middle class altogether.
I'm sorry. Wait, so people in the chat are freaking out about this idea of meritocracy, right? Like that it is I think the persistent myth that we live with in America, that if you just, if you work hard enough and you do the right things, you're going to come away with wealth. And to a certain extent, it's true, right? Prime, you just had a conversation with somebody who gave really actionable advice for even if you are, not a super high earner, you can set yourself up in a way that you're going to make enough to save a little and invest a little and come away better off than you could have if you have a little financial literacy. Those things are good, right? Like, it's fine. But there's just like, it's undeniable. It should be undeniable anybody who just looks at it, right? That the way that the world works, the way that the financial world works, at least in the US and a lot of Western societies, is that if you start off with a lot, you're going to always end up with more than somebody who doesn't start off with a lot, no matter how hard the second person works, right? So, I mean, this is like, I hate talking about it because some of the things he says are dumb and he's a socialist and whatever, but Thomas Piketty, right, in his Capital in the 21st Century, tracks this out really, really freaking well. He's like, you can just chart, like, if you start off as a child of rich parents and you're guaranteed like 100K starting capital that's invested in a trust for you when you're born, versus somebody who works their ass off, goes to law school, ends up making like 300K when they're 30, right? This dude's doing well for himself. You're never going to catch up. You're just not. It doesn't matter how hard you work, because that's the way the financial system works. If you invest well and you start off with a lot, you're going to be better off than somebody who starts later and has to work up to it. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's essentially an inherent flaw of capitalism, and I've kind of argued with like free market fundamentalists about the problem of their theory of meritocracy, even though our economy doesn't really promote meritocracy, just by virtue of people being born into massive amounts of wealth versus people being born in disparaged communities. And this is actually my personal opinion. I don't necessarily have anything against billionaires existing. I have a problem with them not paying a proportional amount of taxes for the betterment of society. Because while I myself personally believe in personal responsibility, I also believe in social responsibility. So there's a necessity to tax people to be able to amass the wealth needed to alleviate people so that everyone can sort of start on an economic base level to move up in society. Which is also why I'm a big advocate of VAT taxes and universal basic income. In my personal opinion, universal basic income will be a big stepping stone to sort of promoting that floor level of welfare that so many people need right now.
I don't want to go into a UBI. We've done UBI a bunch, and I'm sure we'll do it in the future.
Okay.
No, it's not, and it's not above attack at you or something like that. I would rather avoid that, because I think there's plenty of other stuff that we can dig into.
Sure thing.
But my main pushback to Axel, right?
Yeah.
Is that why aren't billionaires being taxed properly?
I per and I personally believe that it's because we're kind of taxing the wrong places. We can tax their income, for instance, and then they can report their taxes somewhere else. We need to essentially tax the businesses themselves at every level of the production of the business itself. We basically tax the cans being produced, the sodas, the farming techniques being used. Basically, every level of production needs to be taxed so that the business itself, the revenue can come back to the government to help the people. Because we're not really implementing VAT taxes like the European Union implements, you can have billionaires that can have a disproportionate amount of wealth with the businesses not really getting hit at all to produce good commodities for the nation.
This is good stuff, but like, why aren't we doing those things? Is what I'm trying to get at.
Probably lobbying groups who it's like in the American system right now, it's extremely easy to veto anything that enters Congress. Anyone, like from a teachers union to a police union to a corporation, can stop any legislation from being passed in our Congress. So as a result, when someone wants to implement, say, a sugar tax to make Americans healthier, the sugar lobbyists will be able to say, oh, but this is bad for the business, which is bad for American taxes, which might not be true, but the fact is the way our Congress is structured, it's very easy to veto anything, so nothing gets done.
So what I'm getting at, right, and you're pretty much almost there, right? Yeah, with the lobbying, right? Those lobbyists, who they work for? They work for the rich. They work for the billionaires. They work for the moneyed interest, right?
I'd also like to say they also work for just about every organization in America. Like nothing can be done because every group, whether it's populist, local, institutional, every group has a lobbying group that can stop one another. So we essentially have a completely inefficient system.
I disagree. I disagree. Yes, there are lobbying groups, right? There are others have groups, but like let's not pretend all lobbying industries, right, are made the same. And that they have equal amounts of resources available to them. That they have equal sway in Congress, right? Yes, you can find, if you look close enough, you'll find a lobby group like for the children, right? But that's it's not a lobby group. But my point is that the why my difference with you, you said, well, I don't have a problem with the existence of billionaires. I'm saying that within our system they are corrosive. That when you amass that much money, right, then you can have that effect on the political system. You can shape the political system so it makes sense. So yeah, let's trickle down makes sense, right? Let them pee all over us with their economic gifts, right? Like we have to give them more money. Giving them more money gives us more money, right? And that, like, to make sense to some people, right? That's because of the corrosive power billionaires have in our system, and we literally have to tax them out of existence to help ameliorate that.
So like, here's the difference between me and you. We both definitely agree that the billionaires right now are corrosive. Without a doubt, the economic system we have right now and the lack of taxation for the billionaire class, horrible. We both definitely agree on that. And if I'm saying this correctly, I'm guessing you want to tax them out of existence, and I want them to continue existing, just pay more taxes proportional to their growth in wealth, correct? I think that's the main difference here.
Yeah, I think their threat in itself is an existential crisis to our democracy. And you're saying, well, if we can, like, they can be managed. I'm saying they can't.
Yeah, basically, that's the difference between me and you.
Anyone else?
The thing is, I don't think that we'll see them get taxed out of existence until we can do something about money and politics in general. Because there's not only the lobbying that goes on, but the politicians themselves are bought and paid for by the campaign donations that get given to them. And so therefore we have a double-edged system there, where you have all these groups that are getting money from the corporations and the lobbyists, and then the lobbyists just sticking around there, just making sure that what they want done gets done. They coerce, they bribe, and it's all legal. And for the most part in this country, for them to do these types of things, and when it isn't illegal or when it isn't legal, they tend to kind of throw it under the rug anyways. So there needs to be some sort of way that we can get the moneyed interests out of the pockets of politicians in order to enact some laws that will bring us back to a state where we can actually balance things out a little bit more.
So, anyone have anything to say? I wanted to ask a question.
Well, yeah, on that, I'm not convinced that we can ever get to a place where money is not going to equal some kind of political voice and power, right? So, like, yeah, I mean, we talk about Citizens United, we talk about all this stuff, ad buys and things like that, but just like historically, globally, through most of human history, if you're rich, you have the ability to amplify what you want, and you have the ability to pay off who you want. So I don't know, like, I'm sympathetic, right? Like, the idea of, like, yeah, if we could get this, like, moneyed lobbying interest out of politics, if we could make it more representative of what the actual people want rather than just representing what the people who have the funds want, yeah, that'd be great. I just don't know how you do that.
Do you propose a solution instead of that then? I mean, is there anything else that you think we can do?
Well,
yeah,
one thing that we can do is that as we were teasing at earlier, is like I think we can tax more fairly. I'm not convinced about. I'm sorry, I didn't catch who was saying this earlier. I'm not convinced about the idea of, like, taxing businesses, that would necessarily be best. In the same way that I don't think, like, obviously, as we see from Billionaires now, an income tax system is not the best way to do this, because they're really easily able to skirt an income tax system by taking loans off their assets. So I again, like I mentioned earlier, I like things that like taxing consumption, right? We talk about conspicuous consumption in the world of, like, rich people and non-rich people, right? So again, like, I just really kind of like sumptuary laws. It's something that our founders liked. I think it's a based conservative thing to like. These are laws that, like, limit what you can spend on luxuries and that are visible, or tax you like out the ass if you want to buy these things. I'm kind of okay with that, right? Like, okay, yeah, you want to buy a yacht? Fine, dude, that's great. Just pay a lot more in taxes on that yacht than you would on any, normal good, rather than just paying normal sales tax. I'm kind of fine with consumption taxes like that. That's one way, right? In the sense of, like, even though I don't think there's an effective way to get money out of politics or to get moneyed interests to not be influential in politics, I think there is a way to make sure that the people who have the most are actually fairly contributing to society in the way that most of us think they should be. And I think maybe, I don't know, people who care about taxes could wipe the floor with me on this, but I think consumption taxes are one way to do it. So,
but if the moneyed interests have control over the government, which makes the laws and policies which would stop which would enact those types of things, or stop them from, or allow them to be taxed more, if we can't, it's a catch-22, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way to kind of make sure that's going to happen.
I know. I'm not terribly optimistic as a general rule, so yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Something I wanted to ask the entire group here. Well, most of us are pretty sympathetic with the idea of getting money out of politics, but I do feel the need to ask, if any of you were a congressman and were to make a single law to take money out of politics, how would you word that specifically? Like, what specifically would you ban?
So before we get that, and that's a fine question to ask. One, Dancing Spoon, you're unmuted, right? So you're back in the game. Hooray! All right.
I'm back in the game.
If you want to mute an audience, a panelist, you can do that, right? Like, if it turns out that Eucharist truly is too much of a genius for you to take, well, use our special donation levels, and you can quiet him down, right, and get some mental peace. But before we tackle Axel's question, because I think it's an interesting one.
I think it's quite easy. I got the answer. I had the answer.
But before you do, was it the Eucharist? Fuck. What did you say? About. Oh, god damn it, did I just lose it now? About billionaires. Oh, that we can't. About taxing them out of existence. You were skeptical of that. What was the last thing you said that was skeptical of that?
I guess just I don't think we're going to be able to eliminate rich people, and I don't think we're going to be able to get money out of politics.
That's what it is. Yes. The point is not to get money out of politics altogether, or excuse me, the influence of powerful people out of politics, because that's not going to happen, right? You're going to have a class of individuals who's going to be more powerful than another class of individuals, and then their needs will be more fully met than another's, right? Like that's like kind of inherent to politics, right? Like taking money completely out of it, right? But now that we have money in it, that doesn't mean we have to have as much money. I'm saying that there is a scale to these things, right? That a billionaire, right, has exponentially more money than a millionaire, right? Your average millionaire. That at some point, totality of the money becomes such that they can devote so much of their wealth, right, to this project, while putting a very little, such a small dent in their actual personal lifestyle, that they can just devote so much time and energy and resources, right, into these things, that we as the public, right, as the rest of the public, we cannot compete. We cannot compete with them, because it's just too much. So we'd have to reduce that, right, through our tax policy, or maybe through directly direct attainment of their property. I don't know, something like that. To end that. Do people know what I'm talking about?
We have contribution limits, though, don't we?
No, it's not just that. It's like through lobbying, right? It's through it's
super PACs.
It's through super PACs. It's through being on the same boards, right? Like billionaires being on the boards of different companies, right? And then making relations with politicians, right? Like there are all kinds of ways that power creeps in, right? There's a myriad of ways it's difficult to legislate all those things. I'm saying by taking away the money, right, or reducing the money significantly, right, that will reduce their ability to exercise power in our economy,
doing this
in our political system. You know?
Well, I mean, I could argue with that, but I kind of don't want to go one-on-one with you.
Oh.
Like, I want to give everyone a chance to talk.
I think
There's
it'd be
an
quite
example
easy.
I remember.
Go ahead,
No, there was an example I remember. This was a while ago, where a BlackBerry Research in Motion from Canada held a fundraiser for a congressperson who heads the committee for the FCC. So it had to do with I don't know if it was licensing or whatever, the radio waves, and who would get dibs on it first. And if you're the person in charge of the FCC board or whatever, or FCC, yeah, and this person holds a fundraiser for you, and while they technically never put in money, but they bring in all the big wigs that they know to come and donate money to your fundraiser, it kind of signals to that congressperson that, hey, that vote that you guys have coming up about who gets the first dibs on certain bandwidths in the radio whatever waves for cell phones, you might want to keep BlackBerry in mind. So maybe having, first of all, fundraisers that are coordinated by companies and private entities, not allowing those to exist. Maybe it should be coordinated by the congressperson, so the onus of all the legalities on them.
What do you mean by coordinated by? Because I assume if the congressman did coordinate it, but those people still showed up, you would have the same argument. So I don't think you really care about the coordinator.
Well, the coordinator has the connections, so BlackBerry will know all the, all the people they hobnob with.
So let's say I want to give you an example because I want to make sure what I'm thinking is true. Let's say Bernie Sanders is organizing it, and BlackBerry says, "Hey, I'm going to the Bernie Sanders event, and everybody else should come." You would get the same result regardless of who organizes it, and I think you would still have a problem with it. So
I guess I should have
coordination matters.
Well, I should have clarified. This event took place in a private house, a very or an assembly place that wasn't open to the public. So I don't know if that matters at all, but or let me backtrack. Let me say that maybe we should put more of a legal onus on the congressperson for having these events in the first place. Uh, uh, it's just an
So
idea.
kind of like limiting fundraiser events then, right? Or
I guess so.
require.
Or who gets?
But don't they limit
I
these things?
I think there's actually a good idea in sort of like recategorizing what kind of contributions you get, because like if we could just recategorize how or like what you're defined as an entity, like this is not a charity, this is literally a campaign contribution, like then we could tax that accordingly so that the contributions might still exist, but at least the money goes back to the people.
Yeah, I think we would need like
Citizens United.
a complete like overhaul of our tax code, because we have so many exemptions and loopholes that they're there and they're legal. So these billionaires, they're just using these things that are in the tax code. I think we kind of spoke to this. One of the biggest things is the fact that we can create corporate entities, and we can create LLCs, and we can create all these organizations that even if we run them and we own them, technically they aren't linked to us. So if someone could donates to it or contributes to it, they're not actually contributing to me. They just contributed to my LLC, and that's completely separate from me. I think that is one of the biggest loopholes that these businesses and billionaires are using to evade being taxed. So I think if we got rid of that, I think that would be one of the biggest ways to help have these people taxed,
You
and
said we
also
should
address.
get rid of the ability for LLCs to donate.
No, we should get rid of the detachment, the like not like so have not having corporations or LLCs being their own entity. That's what I'm saying.
But Citizens United basically said and uh, rehashed the fact that corporations are considered people, and people have a. I'm not defending this, but that people have their First Amendment right, and one of your First Amendment right is to speak with your dollar bills. So it's just one of those things that yeah, we can like talk about this, but like there's going to be a smart lawyer that's going to pick this out and present it in a way, and if it has to go all the way up to the Supreme Court, it will, and it did. And if I'm not mistaken, that is kind of the crux of Citizens United. But don't quote me on that
Yeah,
percent. I'm not.
yeah. So I don't think it would ever happen, just because of the amount of power corporations have and how beneficial this is for people to make money. But I think if we took down that ability for people to make other entities that can operate, that's it's not a real person. If we took that ability away, like if we just wiped that out, that would make people be
Well,
taxed a lot more.
there's a there's a lot of implications to what you're saying about like people being able to use LLCs to shield themselves from like lawsuits and a bunch of stuff. So that conversation is bigger. I think your finer point is maybe as a person with controlling interests, you can only financially contribute so much in aggregate to all of the different companies that you have a controlling interest of. So let's say, hey, Jeff Bezos, you can only donate $2 million to campaigns. And a part of that $2 million is any company in which you're also a controlling member. That seems to be better than trying to remove the like liability and everything that comes with corporations and LLCs.
But they're tied together. So it would be like, so if I'm a congressman and I have a charity, right? So it's not necessarily me donating to that. If I have a LLC or a charity, and Jeff Bezos wants to donate $4 million to that, it's not me putting my own money into that. It's that other people can contribute into these things that I own, but technically they're not me. So they're not breaking any legal type of, they're not doing anything illegal, but they're still donating money, quote unquote, to me. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
so you're not talking about my bad. I misunderstood. I didn't
But
understand you. I thought you were talking
but
about
no,
political contributions. You're talking about the ability to give someone capital even outside of the political context and potentially influence how they act politically.
yeah, but I think it would be tied to, because the whole reason that these things are shields from liability is because they're technically not connected to you. So it
That's
would
a
also
great
affect that because you would have to make that a connection.
No, that's a great thing because you don't want somebody to be able to sue you for everything you own. You want them to be able to sue the company for the company's like capital and blah blah blah.
But
Like it
I
wouldn't
mean,
make sense if you could sue Amazon. You could sue Jeff Bezos because of something dealing with Amazon.
I mean, but he owns Amazon, so
Yeah, but you have to sue Amazon, the entity, because even though he owns Amazon, there's multiple parts to Amazon.
yeah.
So
Well,
you're suing
okay,
Amazon, the corporation, not Jeff Bezos, the person.
yeah, but this is why Jeff Bezos doesn't pay any taxes because you're not taxing Jeff Bezos. Like, I mean, it's like these two. You can't
Wait, they
really divorce
tax
these
Jeff
two.
Bezos. You agree that Jeff Bezos does get taxed, right?
Of very little.
Yeah.
Very little.
No, you're wait. Every American citizen that brings in income gets taxed. I think you're
But that's the
mixing
thing.
that up.
He doesn't bring in income.
No. Wait.
Companies
You're
bring in income.
You're mixing that up with our tax laws that allow for donations and things to create exemptions. He does get taxed.
He
Everybody
gets taxed, but capital gains don't get taxed as much as like your income, and he makes a fraction for his income as to what he makes through the stock market and through capital gains. So therefore, he's not getting taxed like a regular American. 90% of his income doesn't get taxed until he moves stuff around or something gets sold or something along those lines.
Like what
because
we have.
It's not material to him until those actions happen.
No, hang on. No, it's not. But again, like this, we talked about this earlier, right? So somebody like Zuckerberg, right? He collects a salary of $1 per year from Facebook, and so he pays no taxes on his income. He pays capital gains taxes on what he has in his stock portfolio, right? The same as anybody who owns that does. But what he does to make sure that he has spending money in the bank, because all of his wealth is tied up in those assets, is he borrows against those things at just exorbitant rates. Like he has so much money available to him every single year. He has as much money available to him as somebody who draws a salary of hundreds of millions per year, but he doesn't pay a tax like somebody who draws a salary of hundreds of millions per year, because we have set up the system in such a way that he can get a salary of $1, he can have his investments over here, and he can borrow against those investments and pay very little in taxes compared to the average American. And I think like maybe it's fine, right? Like maybe he's just using the legal system that we have created, but like I think the intuition that most of us have is that that's not, it doesn't seem right. Like the guy who has actual access to hundreds of millions of dollars that he can spend on whatever he wants, paying less like effective tax rates than somebody who has far less than that, feels wrong. Okay, so like I'm not a tax policy expert. I don't know what we have to do to reconcile that and make it to where we still incentivize innovation and all these things that we all love, but whatever it is, we got to do it. Like, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, this is actually why I mentioned VAT taxes earlier, to sort of tax the production of the business as it moves forward in the production line. That way you'd get money back and revenue from the business itself. And
lefties don't like Andrew Yang, though. You gotta remember that.
God damn it. Okay.
Okay, we have a new
I
person.
know.
I'm gonna let in hello, Sarm.
Are you talking to me?
The person with the name STSSA or whatever. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Do you have anything you want to
add? Not at the moment. Well, actually, I guess like the thing with the income tax for Jeff Bezos, like he does pay income tax, but he's like, I think it's like technical income is like 88,000 to 100,000 a year, which is like not that much considering how much he gets from like his assets, like from owning Amazon stock.
Wait, he pays capital gains tax on the stocks that he owns.
Yeah, but like he pays less capital gains tax than like he would on like or the
capital gains tax.
Percentage is less than his
capital
income
gains tax is something like I can't remember. It's something like 20% for the highest bracket, right?
It's 20%.
So he's paying 20% of his capital gains tax.
Yeah, but like
I can
that's
look
only
it up
if that's only if he realizes it, right? Like
yeah,
if he like cashes out on it or if he sells the stock.
On capital
Yeah,
gains.
that's only if there's an event.
Like
yes.
someone of his income, like the income tax on like what would be an income if he declared it as income, what he was selling those stocks for, it would be like 55%, right? So he's paying like 3 times less tax than he should.
And then he doesn't even have to like.
No,
doesn't
but
have to
there's
pay the capital
advantages.
gains, right?
The
'Cause he
reason
can-
the system advantages the stock market is because that's how it helps our economy grow. So
No,
like,
I understand that, right? Like, 'cause
it's
again,
it
it's the same
doesn't,
thing.
though.
differential
It
because
doesn't-
it's helpful.
It's the same thing as the IRA stuff, right? It's the same thing as like, you know, the like again, like people pointing out in the chat, right? This is perfectly legal. I'm not suggesting these people are doing anything that actually is like.
No,
I'm sure they are.
I'm
but
not
they-
saying
but-
that you. I'm not making the claim that you're saying that they're like what you're about to go into. I'm saying that these things are good, and that's why they're set up this way.
No,
Well,
I'm gonna
no.
suggest that they are good for their intended purpose, right? But that people who have lots of resources have found ways to game that system, right? So that like the purpose, the reason we
You
created
call
IRAs,
it gaming the system.
it
It's not
is.
necessary.
It absolutely is.
absolutely
The
is.
reason. No, hang on. The reason we created IRAs was to incentivize middle class people to invest so that they could later, even if they were making more money when they were retired, take out their money tax free. That's why we created it. We
reason we
saw that there
created
was a problem.
IRAs
We saw that there was a problem with a group of people not investing that we felt like should, and that would improve the
The
health
reason
of our
we created
economy.
IRAs so
right?
people could fund themselves later in life after they can no longer work.
Yes, right. So, but
That's why.
no,
That's why
hang
those
on. No,
things
we
exist.
have other various kinds of retirement and investment accounts, right? IRAs specifically were designed. The reason we have a cap on how much you can put in every year, the reason all these things exist, is because they were designed for the middle class. That was the goal. That, like, I mean, like, if I'm wrong, somebody give me the facts historically. But like, this is why we created IRAs as a portion of the tax code. Okay, so but then we have people who are able to, within the IRA, invest in things that pay off down the road in the billions. Okay, that's great. And we all would love to think that we're able to do that. Like, we're part of the group that's going to be able to do that. It's a gambler's fallacy. It really is, right? So,
It's
so
not.
like,
I have a tremendous amount of money in my
I
retirement.
no, I put tons of money in my IRA, right? But I'm never gonna have the investment payoff that Peter Thiel has, right? Because Peter Thiel owned a company
That's-
that he knew was gonna skyrocket, bought it in his IRA, and is now gonna cash out billions
Hey,
tax free.
saying
Okay,
other people can gain more than you. That's
not
obvious.
No, I understand. Oh my god, I understand that that's obvious. It's fine, right? What I'm saying is what we're all kind of running up against is that we have certain intuitions about what people who have a lot owe to society. I think that's a commonality between conservatives and leftists actually on this point, right? Like people have been like, oh, this is standard lefty, blah blah blah. Like, I think this is just a commonality between what conservatives and leftists have on this, right? I have a colleague of mine who recently put out a paper on Tocqueville's thoughts on like noblesse oblige and how we substitute for that in a non-aristocratic society. But the idea that people who have a lot owe a lot to the people who don't have a lot is an old idea that is like aristocratic and carries forward into democratic society. And it's something that I think is really important, and it's something that we share across political boundaries, right? So that like, yeah, somebody who has a shit ton of money, way more than they could ever conceivably spend, even if they were buying yachts out the ass every day until they died, right? Somebody who has that much money or that amount of resources kind of owes something to the people around them, especially when we know that, like, okay, like the hypothetical, right? If I'm a billionaire, I could set up like $1 million trusts for 100 people, and those trusts could be set up to pay out a certain amount yearly in however much they've made on the market, and they would just never run out of money. I could do that over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I could never run out of money. Okay, these people could be doing so much. Like, yeah, we hear the big flashy stories, right? About, I mean, actually, Bill Gates does better than most people. Bill Gates and people like this funding hospitals and whatever, they do that. Yes, 100%. I love it, right? But again, I have a Spider-Man ethic. With great power comes great responsibility. You got a shit ton of money that you could basically give away in perpetuity without ever running out. Yeah, you should be doing that, okay? And if you're not, you're a shitty person. Yeah, I think that should be across, like, conservatives and socialists should all agree on that. Like, you should be doing good with your money, and if you're not constantly giving it away, especially when you're at the point in the amount of capital that you own that you can give it away constantly and not run out of it, you're a shitty person. Yeah, 100%.
That's also
Yeah.
justification
I want to-
for a
You're
more.
complete.
Oh. Yeah, that's also a justification for a more meritocratic society by suggesting that we can't actually live a meritocratic society unless we've alleviated and created a floor level for the poor people to be able to succeed in our capitalistic markets. So there is sort of like a cross idea that taxing the rich is going to be how we improve everyone's lives.
Something
Also
GSU
just
said, Gambit said that I wanted to address too is that you said something along the lines of the stock market kind of is the shows how the economy's doing
I didn't say that.
in society. Did what you said? You had said
I
something
said it's
about
a
the stock.
gigantic part of our economy, which is why it's
Sure,
incentivized.
sure, but it's the thing is it's divorced from the actual base level of economy for workers, for the
I didn't
proletariat, for
say that
people.
it was connected to that.
Okay,
Don't
because
straw man me. I said
okay,
it's a large part of our economic system, which is why
okay.
it's incentivized.
What
I did
I'm
not say it's
saying,
representative of
what I'm
how
saying though,
normal Americans are doing.
what I'm saying though is that it's not really a representation or a large part of the economy that affects a regular person. Most
I didn't
people
say
don't
it
own
did.
but you're saying it's a
Don't
large
straw
part of the
man me.
economy. Okay, so
Just
but
make that statement. Don't
then
connect it to
what
me at
was your
all.
point of saying that then? If you think it's if you think it's such an important part, how is it important to you know the regular run of the mill working class family, right? That
I
doesn't
never.
own stock. Like
Are
I
you
mean,
gonna ask the question and answer it yourself, or are you gonna ask the question and listen?
I'm listening.
Okay, all right, cool. So I never said the end part about how it connects to the normal person. You can run the tapes back. I never said that. I said it's a gigantic part of our economic structure, and this is why it's incentivized via our tax code. Do not try to attach anything to, hey, and this relates to the normal worker. I never said that. I'm a big proponent of Andrew Yang, who talked about radically redefining how we look at the health of our country. So don't strawman me into bullshit positions like I said the stock market was connected to normal people. I never made that claim and I never would because it's
Okay,
stupid.
well the way that it sounded, it was that you were
Okay, well
saying that
maybe you should listen
okay.
harder. You thought about that?
Okay, hey, listen, I'm just trying to tell you what I heard. And from what I heard, you were saying that it's a big part of the economy, but it doesn't matter whether it's a big part of the economy or not if it's not helping out the general population of the United States of America, the working class person in this country. All it does, it's completely divorced from the ideas that the things that we have to deal with in normal everyday life as a a working class citizen, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't make it not be a big part of the economy. Like for example, like all these tax shelters and all these exemptions that we have in our tax code. They're a big part of the economy because the people who have the most money in this country, they use these things to perpetuate their wealth, to grow their money. So they function as a big part of the economy, but they can function as a big part of the economy and not affect the regular middle class. Like both of those things can be true at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Now, they can be two separate parts, but what I'm saying is that I don't think that I think that the stock market is actually part of the problem in a lot of ways, compared to the what goes on Main Street. You know, there's not a lot of ability for people on Main Street to take advantage of the prosperity that comes from the stock market. In fact, it's the other way around. It usually is a detriment to the working class families in America.
Here's the thing
Why
is
would you
I
say
want
that?
You
to
address some of these things
oh
because I got to figure out like at what level are you just completely misunderstanding reality. But like the stock market is a great vehicle for a lot of people. Not only is it a vehicle for some businesses that become publicly listed and blah blah blah, but it's also a good vehicle for normal people if you understand how to invest to also create more capital for yourself. So there's multiple reasons why the stock market is good. This is the same thing with when people meme about the housing market. It's a gigantic part of our economic structure as well. And people say, "Oh, we should just get rid of it because I feel that way." And like y'all meme about stuff so hard, and it's like,
So Gus, I myself am an Andrew Yang fan myself, and I'm gonna propose the idea that maybe the stock market isn't really good for impoverished people and it's more good for middle class Americans. Because if you think about it, the most impoverished people in this country are not going to spend a lot of time risking and even gambling their money on stocks when they're living paycheck to paycheck.
Exactly.
It's much stronger and much robust for middle class and upper middle class Americans, but not necessarily a gateway to success in America. So everyone here is essentially just
It being a
suggesting
gateway to
restructuring.
success. It being a gateway to success and it being a thing that can be profitable for anyone are two different conversations. I'm not saying that you're gonna millionaire your way through you can if you invest in your 401k starting at 20 years old and you invest a small amount of your check. But I'm not saying that you're gonna millionaire your way in like lower age groups to being a millionaire. I'm not saying that, but it is a way to create more income for yourself for sure.
Yeah, it can be. I mean, I myself lost a shit ton of money last year, fucking GameStop. But it was
Disgusting.
But to me, I think we're all just here talking about restructuring and are more or less in agreement with proportional taxation with accumulated wealth at the very least.
Well,
Yeah, we
I
have a
think
progressive tax system.
yeah, but I think that the issue isn't that the stock market is bad for lower income people. I just think they aren't engaging with it.
Yes,
It's
for
not
sure.
that it's bad. They just don't use it. They just don't invest. They
Well,
and
It's not.
granted, hold
it's hard to engage if you don't have the
on,
money.
hold on.
Okay.
I know everyone's going to say that you could put $10 in. Everyone has Robinhood. You could put $10 in a stock a month. I know it doesn't seem like a lot. I know it's not going to make you a millionaire, but you could still engage with it. It's this mentality that unless I have an extra $1,000 every month, that I can't put money in the stock market is why people don't engage with it and why people don't build wealth over time. Because that $10.
Wait. I'm sorry. These are really weird arguments. I need to jump in. First of all, capital gains tax, in theory, in a good faith application of it, was meant to keep money and cash fluid and always in the markets so that you didn't just cash out and take your chips home and keep them in your bank account. So the more fluidity of the markets, that means the company that has that money can enjoy increased funds to do investments, to do more R&D, to build more factories. Here's where the disconnect comes into play. Is the spirit of what was intended, but in practice, it's a totally different story. So let's go back to the Trump years when the Trump tax cuts came through. There was Gary Cohn, the senior economic advisor to Donald Trump, who goes out and on CNBC looks like a jackass when he asks everybody, I got you guys that tax cut. How many of you guys are gonna, with a show of hands, tell me who's gonna build factories here in the United States? And all these CEOs looked at each other and not a one put their hand up. They kind of had that awkward moment of like,
Trump tax cuts. I'm trying to see how you're going to connect this to capital gains. Most people aren't pro Trump tax cuts.
let me finish where I'm going with this, and then I'm going to see where your contention or your input is in a role with where I'm going. What I want to get to is this: yes, if there could be more confidence in the market if it were not for the fact that funds are not managed correctly. And what do I mean by this is also when the tax cuts happened and all these corporations got all this cash on hand to play with, instead of doing what Donald Trump said he would do, that these corporations would do, like building factories back here in the United States, bringing jobs back to the United States, Apple's going to bring the iPhone here, which I knew wasn't going to happen, but that's what was the meme of the political season. What do? They go ahead and they do stock buybacks. Now you can say, well, it's in the fiduciary duty of the company to do stock buybacks. Here's where I think reform and changing something with the accounting laws when it comes to stock market that would dissuade that kind of thing and keep the money outside of stock buybacks and more into investing in the actual company, investing into actual R&D and factories. So for example, there's a formula called earnings per share. It's what all the stocks available are worth at that point in time, divided by the number of stocks on the market available. Then there's a second part to it. You subtract the treasury stocks. The treasury stocks are the stocks that are bought back by the company. When the company buys more stocks and puts it in their treasury, you make the denominator a lot smaller. And with any fraction, if the bottom becomes smaller, the overall number becomes bigger. Why is the EPS important? Because when a CEO goes to the quarterly meetings and tells everybody that the earnings per share is up 20-30% quarter on quarter, when somebody runs their algorithm and puts the technicals in and sees whether they should buy or not, these all artificially inflate the price, artificially inflate expectations without actual material advancement. So what I'm trying to say is yes, the capital gains tax is amazing because it can keep the cash moving. But when people are using that to skirt around other things that they are also supposed to be doing, that's where I have a problem. And that's why a lot of people don't invest as much, because it's usually the volume traders that benefit from these kind of moves. I don't know if...
Wait, so you said all of that is the reason why poor people
Yeah.
don't invest in the stock market?
It's not.
I
People
did-
don't invest
I
'cause
did not say that.
They are financially
I didn't say
literate,
that.
and that's why. That's
No,
why
I didn't
people
say
don't.
that.
It's not about EPS. It's not about any of that. And plus, there's like 30 different. I've written an app that looks at stock market trends and tries to invest. There's like 30 technical indicators when you're trying to invest in stocks, and EPS is one of. I don't even. Anyway, EPS is one of a
CEO will
large
bring,
amount of
but
technical indicators. But no, but the thing is,
watch what the
it's
CEO will
everything
bring
that-
up.
It's everything that Mint is saying. Yes, at the thing, yes, the CEO does bring up earnings per share because it's a popular thing that people talk about. But they also talk about like increasing market cap and a whole bunch of other things. But anyway, volume, all of that stuff matters. But anyway, what Mint is saying is absolutely true. Most people don't believe in small incremental change, and that's the real problem. The real problem is you can take a small amount of money and you can invest that amount of money over time, and then that small amount of money, due to compounded interest growth, becomes a large amount of money. This is why the IRA and the 401k exists, because you could take somebody that's a middle class or lower class, they don't necessarily need to be middle class, and they can invest small amounts of money all their life, and then they can have this huge pile of money once they get ready to retire.
Yeah,
But
I
you
mean,
have
you're
to believe in incremental progress.
you're exactly right, right? Like 100% right. I think it's an amazing thing. And again, this is why I wasn't able to like hang out too much, but like I loved Prime doing the like finance stream the other day. I think it's awesome. I think more people should talk about things along those lines, right? We should have more panels and talks about these things, right? It's a great thing if people take a little bit of what they make and invest it over time, because when they retire, it adds up to a lot, right? Yes, 100%. But I think that there tends to be a distortion that happens in acknowledging that, yes, actually, if you make a fairly modest amount of money and you spend a modest amount and you invest a modest amount, you can actually retire with over $1 million and be technically a millionaire. Like, I think there's we tend to forget that the proportion of like, if I retire with $1 million compared to the kind of people that we're talking about is literally incomprehensible. Okay, it's just we just can't
Wait,
even
I'm
wrap
not
our
saying that
minds.
others won't make far more.
No, I know. I'm saying like, yes, again, these are great things, but I don't know that that's the point, right? The fact that we have these tax sheltered options for people who make a moderate or modest income to end up retiring with enough to actually retire is not really the point, when what we're talking about is people at the very, 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 very top who are able to take advantage of tax advantaged ways of either investing their assets or taking loans off of their assets to avoid most of the taxes that people like us pay. And what we're talking about is, what is the best way to set up a political community so that those people who have the most assets are contributing proportionally? I think that's a really important question. And so, yeah, I agree. Like, I think it's awesome that we have these things. The fact that rich people take advantage of them doesn't mean they're bad. Yeah. But that doesn't get to the heart of the questions I think most of us are concerned with.
Do
Yeah.
you
So
think we?
I wasn't saying that this. Okay, so what I'm saying is, if we got rid of all these, like all those types of like exemptions and tax shelters and all that stuff, and the exemptions for like if you open the LLC and the S corp and you claim the capital gains under the corporation, if we got rid of all that, we could still keep like basic things like an IRA or like the stock market because I even if someone the lower middle class is investing in the stock market, they're not utilizing all of those other tools. Like all these other tools, only the top 10% of people are even engaging in those, even know that those things exist. So you could get rid of all those and then still keep the IRA and still have people invest in the stock market. Like you don't have to connect those two.
I don't know that you even need to get rid of those things. I think it's just an issue of how we effectively tax those things, or tax the wealth of the people who clearly have tons of wealth but are able to access it in ways that get around the normal avenues we have for taxation, right? We have a progressive income tax system in the United States that's designed to tax you more if you make more money, but we have people who make enough money or have enough assets to where they don't take most of what they're able to spend out of income. They get it from other avenues, right? So
And
they're
that helps all the rest of us when those things happen.
I don't know that helps all the rest of us, that like Jeff Bezos is able to take loans off his Amazon stock. I don't know that that's true.
Yeah, but
The fact
this
that
happens.
the fact that his money is not to him and it's in the stock market, and all of us can use the stock market, is why everything that Mint is saying is beneficial.
I wouldn't agree with that statement. I
That's
wouldn't
cool.
agree with that.
I don't think you need to agree.
There's something else that it's not necessarily the reality. Okay, something that you brought up earlier was you said that a lot of the reason that poorer people don't invest in the stock market is because of they're financially illiterate. Now that is part of it. There are a lot of people out there that don't know what they're doing as far as that. But I think a bigger part of it is that they're insecure in the amount of money they make already. So putting something towards that in a way that is going to take money out of their pocket when they're scrimping on groceries already as it is one thing, and it adds even more anxiety when there's not a avenue for them to necessarily learn how to do these things effectively so that they can use them effectively. So it's not just that they're illiterate or that they're lazy or they don't want to try. It's the fact that there's so much anxiety behind the amount of money that they make that it's hard for them to invest in those things.
So I didn't say they were lazy and don't want to try. I said it's financial literacy.
I didn't say you said that. I was just saying financial illiteracy is what you said.
I'm just responding. But it is absolutely true that financial literacy is the problem. And even I wish when I was like ridiculously poor, I understood how gigantic incremental compounded interest is. Like it will help literally everyone. People that aren't taking advantage of it are absolutely financial illiterate. Because even when I was making minimum wage, had I understood that back then I should have been putting money into my 401k because it would multiply the compounded interest by like 44 times when I retire, if I'm age 20, like if I would have known those things, I would have been investing money even back then and not just starting once I started to make more money. It's absolutely financial literacy.
Sure, but that's based on if you have a 401k. Not everybody has access to that sort of thing either. I mean, if you're self-employed or working in a gig economy or so on and so forth.
You can get a mutual fund. You can invest in stocks directly. I wouldn't advise it. But you can invest without a 401k as well.
Can I give a policy idea? Post-tax. Can I run a policy idea through you guys and see what you guys think about it?
Mm-hmm.
How would you guys feel if, like, we were required to take financial literacy tests every time we applied for a credit card to show that we're financially literate enough to be responsible credit holders? I feel like too much.
No,
I don't think.
I mean, there are easier ways to. There easier
that it would take to pass it. No, go ahead, Joe.
No, I'm just saying there's easier ways to disenfranchise minorities if we're gonna go that route, you know.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like a old school literacy test.
We can attach it to voting too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a piece of shit, but like.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to get your input about this.
A part of financial literacy is also like, unfortunately, like making mistakes. Like it isn't all you can just learn financial literacy in the class and now you're ready to go invest. So putting barriers on entry, which is like what pattern day trading and stuff like that is not like that. Those are the things we should rail against. I think PTD is a really bad thing.
Oh, okay, look, yeah, I think if you're gonna try to make it harder for people who make less money to invest their money, okay, sure, I think we can all agree, like that's a bad idea, right? So I agree with you, GSU Gambit, on this point, right? Like it is a great thing if people know what options are available to them, especially, right, if you work for a company that has a match on your 401k, that's free money, right?
Exactly. Yes.
It's free money. You just get free money, put it in your like people need to know this stuff. 100%, right? So I don't think maybe somebody could contradict me and we'll all fight them on it, right? I don't think anyone in this call right now thinks we should erect additional barriers for people of moderate to
Wait,
low
he
to middle
just
incomes
gave one now.
from accumulating capital. I think we would all be very in favor of that. I would love that if more people from the the bottom to the 50% bracket were accumulating more capital, investing it better. I think that would be
Well, this
awesome.
is what. Wait, but companies are forcing this, right? So, like, when I first started working, you didn't automatically opt in to 401k. Now, by default, I think most companies, if they have a
Oh yeah,
401k plan,
you
you're
gotta
opted
opt in.
in.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
but
okay. That's a big
hold
point.
on,
That's a
hold
big
on,
point.
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me elucidate this completely. This also hurts the company. So when we paint all companies as these evil corporations, the opt-in policy on 401k is detrimental to the companies because they have a 401k match. But they're doing this to try and help people that aren't financially literate learn that, hey, there's this thing called a 401k you should be investing in for your retirement. So these people aren't all these evil people. They're literally losing money to implement this policy to help people.
Yeah, so I would generally be in favor of like companies defaulting to people being opted in. I think that's a better option. Although there is some research that's come out recently that basically says that even people who are default opted in tend to cash out early and like not wait until retirement. They take the penalties. They take there's a lot of
That's
there's a
bad
lot of issues.
financial. It's bad financial literacy for sure.
Again,
You pull
yeah,
out of
yeah,
your
exactly,
401k
So
ever is
look,
idiotic.
JSU Gambit. I think you and I could get together on this, right? Like, I would love like widespread financial literacy campaigns. Like, I want to take anybody who has any money at all and like make sure that they know what to do with it, right? That's awesome. But I'm not convinced that it gets the heart of the issues that we're really fighting about. So maybe some people in this call think that we should make it harder for people who are poor or middle income to accumulate wealth. I don't think that's true. I think yeah, yeah, maybe that's true. Somebody fight with me on it. I don't know.
Just to clarify, I hadn't actually considered it as a barrier. I thought it was meant to be more of like an incentive to get people financially literate. You guys brought that up, and thanks for bringing that up. I hadn't thought about that before.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like people spend their money illogically, but I think like trying to help them can make things worse. So you're gonna have to like really analyze like what your goal is and what the problem is, like what the goal is, like what are you trying to like accomplish relative to the phenomena you observe, and it's a lot more complicated than just like even something as like kind of like a band-aid like taxing billionaires and shit.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I think
mean,
it takes like true education, and like I said, education is hard, right? I did fucking Calc 3, and I took out a credit card with an interest loan with an interest amount of like 25.9% when I first graduated, and I was spending money on this card, which is idiotic, right? But I understood what interest was, so it's like it's both. Like we need the financial literacy, but the reason why we was rejecting the barrier is because people also need to learn and comprehend those things, and like it, it's complicated because also like the less money you have, the less you're gonna be like able to learn these things or able to like really like sit back and look at it. So I agree that it's a terribly hard problem, but I think just trying to push financial literacy as much as we can is like the only option that we have. Like capital is going to always in any system that is has freedom is going to land in the hands of the smallest amount of people as time goes on, right? Like that's the Pareto principle,
Sure.
blah blah blah, right? So if we want, we can advocate for more social safety net policy. I was a big Andrew Yang fan. Unfortunately, all of my friends on the left were like anti-UBI, which is idiotic to me, but that was the reality. But so yeah, we can advocate for political things. I do. I advocate for all types of systemic changes, but we have problems where one, people don't have financial literacy, and two, they don't advocate for the policies that would actually help them.
Well, so
When you
my
say
question
financial
again.
literacy, what are we talking about? Like, can you give some examples on what you would consider financial literacy? Because there's like what could potentially be financial literacy is a super broad topic.
I think. Oh no, Gambit, go. I'm sorry.
For sure. A lot of things. So one, understanding compounding interest that affects us as far as debt, and it affects us as far as like investment. So there's that. There's also understanding all the different type of investment options. Hey, this is a CD. It's going to give you a very small return, but it's also going to be pretty consistent over time. So if you want to conservatively invest, this might be something you want to do. Hey, here's ETFs. Here's direct stocks is ridiculous if you're not a robot almost. So you're probably going to lose your money if you try to invest directly in stock. You should use a mutual or index fund, blah, blah, blah. So all of those, knowing the amount of available financial options we have is important.
Well, I think it's a bit more, I don't know, like, we'd have to identify like how these things affect people immediately, and I think approaching it from there, because any type of financial literacy you're going to want to implement is going to have to be offset to schools. So you're going to have to pitch that idea within the curriculum in such a way where you have financial literacy as it relates to a K through 5 student, financial literacy as it relates to a 6 through 8 student, and then financial literacy as it relates to a 9 through 12. And those groups are vastly different when it comes to
I think it should be a college
money.
elective. I don't think there's a way to do that.
No, you need
I
to
don't
do
think
way,
there's a
you know.
way to do it at the high school level. I don't think
Well,
that's
by the
realistic.
time, but
No,
Gambit,
but
by
that's
the
the
time they're in
problem,
high
is
school,
that-
they're already participating in the economy at that point. Like,
Right.
you're gonna get kids,
No, for
you're gonna
sure.
get people
Not-
participating in the economy at like as early as 15 in some states.
And
So you
well
gotta
over
do it like
50% of, like over 50% of Americans don't go to college at all, so that would be
yeah.
wouldn't be helpful.
Well, that's
for a
the
large
danger, right? Like, this is why I'm kind of concerned, because I think people also, when it comes to financial literacy as it relates to Americans, have a really poor clock. Like, when you enter into the education system as a 6-year-old, you're going to participate in the economy in 9 years. That's not a lot of time. So, and
about-
then you have to
so,
figure out, like,
what do you
how
guys-
do I get this individual who could potentially participate in the economy and are able to earn money in a way that they can do it and understand things in not only in a responsible manner, but in an equitable manner and a way that's
I
consistent
don't
to the
think
reality
it's
that they're going to see.
realistic.
So
I don't think people value sacrifice enough at those levels to not be ridiculously impulsive. So I think
Isn't
there's
that
a
a-
maturity problem.
That's
Well,
fine.
well,
You can
people-
still put word in their head though, that, or a bug in their head about what it's about. Like kind
I'm not-
of educate them
I'm
ahead
not-
of time.
So to be clear, I'm not against putting it at lower levels. I think it's going to be horribly inefficient and wasteful. I'm not against it though. I think giving information is always good, right? So I'm not against anything that Joe said. I'm saying that I don't think that would be effective, and I think it'd be most effective at like the collegiate level.
Well,
No,
I mean, it depends on what
GSU,
you're
why
doing.
not?
by the
Like-
time you get to college, you're already set in your ways. You already have allowed your values. So this would be something that would need to be instilled, and not just one time, but like at least I want to say every year. I mean, I would be in favor of every single year, but at least like 3 or 4 times throughout the child's upbringing, there should have to take a class on that. Each time it will be more in depth, wherever the case may
Yeah,
be.
but until those things are real and have real world consequence, like I'm just I am projecting a lot, and I want to really admit that so y'all understand where I'm coming from. There's a lot of projection in everything that I'm saying, for sure, absolutely. But like you can have those, mock stock games where you give people currency and they try to follow. Like I'm not against those things, but since they have no real world consequences, to me they're not.
What do you
that
mean, no
valuable.
real world consequences? What do you mean?
Like
by
you're
that?
not losing anything. You're not materially invested in them at all. And when
Sure.
you're not materially invested, it's hard to draw like literacy financially from things that you aren't materially invested in.
But
but
thus,
it can
I
help,
like.
though,
wait,
right?
Gambit, I think I can get you on an idea, right? Like,
Mhm.
I'm not necessarily so. I think, okay, I don't know how to word this thought, so I'm gonna try to go through it the best I can. Like, I know that the average school lunch debt is somewhere floating around $150 to $200 depending on what state you're in. I don't think there's any state right now that's at $200 per student on average, but like the school lunch debt is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And then we also at the same time have like, I think it's something like 1.5 or like 1.5 million students who can't afford school meals. So like it seems like one way that you could teach financial literacy in schools and put it in some type of threshold in a way that's like in a safer environment is just giving students lunch money budgets. Like, and then within that, you can have the constant dedicated effort of teaching how to responsibly use that money across an entire school year. Now that's not the perfect thing in the world, right? But I think it's
Yeah.
possible. But that would also require like schools openly acknowledging that this is a loss, because I think that you want to put like, we understand that students need food, but maybe there's a way we can artificially manufacture the idea of investing and saving in an environment that they have to be in anyway. And then like, even if they are spending this absorbent amount of debts, then the state just eats the cost. Because
No,
like,
but
even if you take a
no,
state
but
like, oh, go for it. Yeah, what's up?
no, but like a school, the whole purpose of schooling, like everything doesn't have to be real world. Like you don't have to have a real loss to learn about financial literacy. We don't do this like any other subject, saying, hey, you have to have the real world experience. Now, yes, once you get older and you actually have your real money, it hits a little different when you actually lose your money when you make that investment, of course. But to say that we should wait until then and then skip over, 10 years, during these 10 years we could have been teaching you all about stocks, all about CDs and compound interest and real estate investments, like all this education we could have been adding to you, so once you get to that point you can make a much more better informed decision. To say that because it's not real we should just skip over it, that just seems
Wait,
ridiculous.
I didn't say we should skip over, right? I agree with y'all that we can have this stuff. I said I think it's gonna be not as world changing as is being projected. But like
Well,
I'm very soft to what Joe just said. Like I'm a very
it,
big person that believes in like giving your kids some kind of debit card and having them manage like some kind of allowance, which is kind of similar to what Joe was proposing with the school lunches and stuff. So I am absolutely a fan of introducing scenarios to people in order to help them learn. I'm not against that
so
for
yeah, so
sure.
take for instance,
So
like,
go
let's
ahead, Joe. I
say,
do want to let in Eucharist at some point. He did have something to say. I haven't forgotten.
yeah,
But go ahead, Joe.
like let's say
let
there's a
Joe go.
situation, yeah, like let's say there's a situation where you allocate, I'm just gonna throw out a number for the sake of numbers, so don't like don't get too invested in the number I'm gonna say, okay?
Yeah, for
Like
sure.
let's say it's like a $200 school fund that every student has at the start of their school year. Like once they hit the age of 6 or 4 or 5, depending on your state, like you get $200 in a school account, and that school account gains interest over time. Now let's say in the early days that is in the sort of control and facility of your parents, because obviously like, I mean,
Yeah.
we like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, so maybe from like K through like 5, and then at 6 you get like, maybe there's a little bit of a release of that to the student, right? So let's say there's a school dance, right? And instead of paying the $10 towards the school dance that your parents would do, you just use that within your school fund. And then let's say there's also like other types of incentives that might exist within that school fund. So for example, if there's an opening for some type of position at, we'll say, 6th, 7th, or 8th, well, really like 9th grade, I should say, 8th or 9th, depending on your state, then let's say like you work X amount of hours in the pool as a lifeguard, and then you put money towards that school fund. That money goes into your school fund as like additional currency that you could use. And then let's say you have the option, like not even the option, I say like it's your 18th birthday, like that just cashes out immediately, and that's like physical cash. I think if we were to do that for like 1 year, or when I say year, I'm talking about the full encapsulation of a student from K through 12. So like that like group as a sample, and be like, okay, let's see what we got. Like we over invested on the financial future of this entire sample size, which will say is like argue the entire district, and to see kind of how it works.
But what is that going to teach them?
Well, you can incorporate different things. You can teach the idea of investing, or not even ideas of investing. You can teach investing depending on the amount of leeway you give. You can teach interest, because you can even make a system where these things recur interest over time. But you can assess like how your account has gained interest across your academic school year. You can track expenditures, so you can even create it so it's a system where you can make the expenditures openly available to the student at the high school level. So then you can have an investment class where you're literally part of your project is balancing your own student account and understanding like these are the expenditures that I did. This is how my interest worked within my school account. And then when you're in the real world, you have an example, a workable example of like when I was in school, I had this school account. When I was 18, it cashed out. And then what I'm going to do with this X amount of money, I just deposit it into my savings account or into my checking account. So now I have something of like I think you would be setting students in a way where they have amount of cash physically for themselves within the system that we're forcing them into from 5 to 16. But then also you're giving them like a real life experience with savings and how we can save and invest your money, but in a framework that is very predictable, which I think wouldn't be a bad thing. But then again, these like a lot of
so
steps.
I know you said don't harp on the number, so I'm not focused on the number, but
sure,
I don't think we would get the benefit that you want unless it was, I don't say a substantial amount. Like right now, I'm just thinking like maybe $1,000 a year. But then again, I don't feel comfortable putting $1,000 a year in the hands of a child I don't think it's necessary to teach them about finance.
This is why I say you keep it in the confines of the school. So the expenditures that you have within this account would only be able to be used within the school as large. So for example, something that you could do, for instance, if you have a Disney, like for example, one of the popular things at Jersey we do is like going from one piece of shit state to another piece of shit state. So we love going to Florida. And something that we do is like the Disney trip. So like maybe there's a way to be like, hey, like the Disney trip per person is $500. In my school account, there's $475. So what can I do within the confines of the school in order to earn that money to go towards that? Now, obviously, you might have situations where parents just front the money anyway, but I think it's something that even would be kind of cool. It's like, hey, like you are working, say, in some type of job within the school system, you're earning this money, and then you use this money for something that you can physically see, which is your school trip at the end of the year or something like that.
So I think what
Or
you're
your prom,
getting at,
for
Joe,
instance.
is something that we do see, and I even had this problem. And I think what you're getting at is kids don't understand how much things cost, and then as adults, you make really dumb, impulsive decisions. And if they could see, hey, I have this amount of money and I'm paying this much of it to the Disney trip, I'm paying this much of it to the prom, like that would prep them to make smarter decisions in adulthood. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, because I think one of the things that I've seen time and time again is students, because of the nature of how like higher education is sort of structured, they don't really feel the costs of the things that they purchase. And this kind of exists somewhere around, if I had to make like a guesstimate, somewhere around like 13 or 14, when like parents start giving more sort of responsibility and financial responsibility And something that I think parents can't do alone is have those conversations about not only investing, but how to manage your money, because we're all imperfect. So I don't think that we should offset like all of the information about like how we should save our money to parents. I think it has to be a collaborative effort where it's like, yes, your parents' experience will have value, but it's not the be all end all. So they're like exposing them to different perspectives within an educational environment, and then they can physically see the repercussions of actions, and then or even just like the idea of what money is. Because like I'm tired of seeing my college my now colleagues, because once my like students I have graduate, I consider them colleagues, especially within music. Like I'm tired of like these musicians like blowing money on, and like say like an alto saxophone, like a $7,000 saxophone for college, and then not knowing how to maintain that instrument. Or then I start seeing them like literally sell the very thing they bought a couple months ago, where it's like, okay, something's going on here that maybe the system should try to tackle.
So there's financial literacy, but that doesn't actually solve, like the larger economic problems. I think like this is kind of an easy thing to do that like doesn't require totally restructuring our system, right? Like I mean, you won't find me disagreeing with more financial literacy, right? Like I wish I had known certain things when I was younger. It would have been very beneficial to me now at this point in my life, right? And I wish other people within my community knew those things, and to help build wealth, especially in the Black community. We need more tools to be building wealth, to become more self-sufficient. So I love that, right? You will never find me arguing against that. But like the focus of the conversation was on billionaires and their corrosive effect on our system. Like this is sure we can teach people to build wealth here, but like if that wealth is then stolen because the tax system and other mechanics of our economy are built in such a way that it funnels money up to the top, well then like what good is it?
Stolen?
If those billionaires engineer another crash to the economy, right, in which they get bailed out, right, and the rest of us lose a generation of wealth, well then we've accomplished a very nothing. Like yes, almost nothing. You've taught these kids here's where to invest, here's how compound interest works, right? But that 401k that you're talking about, you got to cash that out because you're about to get evicted because the housing market crashed again or some shit like that.
Prime, hold on, wait, because I'm assuming everybody's opinion here. You're not gonna get anyone to disagree that we shouldn't bail out capitalist businesses when they go under, right? The purpose of capitalism is, hey, if I take the risk, I should have the spoils from the growth. If you then offset my losses with corporate corporate welfare, then now I'm not responsible for any losses, and I'll become more and more like ridiculous over time in what I'm willing to invest in. You're not going to draw any disagreements, I assume, from anyone on this panel that corporate bailouts of capitalist companies is silly, right?
Oh, I
Like
think it's
nobody's
silly.
going to disagree with that.
I think it's silly. I am a firm believer of businesses failing. I think businesses failing is one of the most healthiest things that can happen to an economy.
I think
but maybe that's maybe agreeing with that.
I think
that's
a
not
big problem.
You go, Axel, but that's not exactly what I was going for. But Axel, please go.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was the problem isn't necessarily the bailouts themselves. It's the people in power who are constantly preserving their wealth in the case of recession and financial crashes. The 2008 recession, for instance, we did close up some loopholes, but then they were gradually unraveled over the course of years under the Obama administration.
But we haven't even recovered from the recession either. So
yeah, and the reason, if you think about it, the reason we never recovered was because the government as an institution didn't have the authority or power to close up all those loopholes, to allow these bailouts to happen, because there's so much strong lobbying that exists in our government. And I think the issue, for me personally, it's not necessarily that billionaires exist, it's that billionaires have such a strong foothold in our government, and that's the issue that
So, Axel,
a lot of us want to remove.
Axel, do you think if those companies didn't think they would be bailed out, they would have issued loans that were impossible to be repaid? I think that people become more ridiculous in their practices if they think there's a entity as strong as the government that's willing to cover their losses, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I would agree
I
with
don't.
that,
In
and I would
in
yeah.
2008, right? So when we're looking at the Great Recession, the collapse of 2008, there was, so what you're talking about there is something called moral hazard, right? And that's the idea that if you are not punished for your risk taking, you take more and more and more risk, right? And we see that
Yes.
with more or less everything. The problem with 2008, though, is that the bailouts, a lot of companies didn't believe that they were going to get bailed out. A lot of companies just believe that, or a lot of institutions just believe that the bubble would never stop, right? That fundamentally something had changed. And this is what we believe in every bubble, right? This is what we believe in every peak. We believe that now. We believe that in 2008. We believe that always, right? That this time is different. This bubble is different. And people are incentivized to take more and more risks, largely because of fear of missing out and because it's rational to take those risks, right? So in 2007, um, my girlfriend at the time, her family was building 3 houses, right? They were not wealthy people. They were actually making money as wedding photographers, right? This was a husband and wife making with a small business doing wedding photos. And they were building, they had taken out loans speculating to build 3 houses, right? They got caught, 2008 collapsed. They lost a shitload of money, right? But if they timed it just slightly better, right? I mean, people were crazy. I don't know if anyone actually remembers, right? I'm old. I'm probably the oldest person on this panel. But if people remember what it was like in 2007, 2006, people were flipping houses. People were doing things like my ex-girlfriend's family, where they were, I mean, this was a middle class. These were middle class people, right? These were like $50,000 a year people building 3 houses as speculation. Like things were out of control. You had the ninja loans. You had like just, there was a lot going on. And just to say that this is, there's a lot of kind of conspiratorial thinking, right? That this was the elite trying to keep everybody down, that this was the government protecting the fat cats and the businesses. This was a pervasive thing that was touching everybody. And a lot of it actually had very good intentions, right? A lot of what fueled 2008 was a desire to open the door for first-time homeowners, especially lower middle class first-time homeowners.
But
Right,
you
and there
agree
were a
that
lot of.
the road to hell is paved with good intentions. That's
Nah,
because
it's
I
paid with
would
Harvard
agree. I would
degrees.
agree with that, but I think that there was
they had good
actually a
intentions
legitimate.
doesn't mean they weren't being like widely irrational. And I agree with you that a lot of people are not as adverse to risk as they should be, but I think in the concept of the large corporations is because time and time again we've enforced this ridiculous idea of too big to fail, which is what they were saying in 2007 and 2008, though, right? So I do think a lot of people who are extremely wealthy think that because they take up certain sizes of our economy and they've prophesized that if they die, then it could be the risk of the USA is collapsing. They've like popularized those ideas, and that's why our Congress reacts the way that it does, and that's why they
Well,
act the way that they do. So it's
I
like
actually think
self-feeding.
I want to put an idea in there because I hear a lot of people. I know that this is a super popular narrative, right? It's a super popular worldview, but I actually think it's wrong. I think that the biggest change that we've seen over the last, maybe 30 years even, is more and more people. It's the 401k. It's the retirement plan, right? So before the 90s, earlier in our history, most people's retirement were pension funds,
Yes, for sure.
right? And there was in the 90s, there was a huge fear that pension funds wouldn't be able to pay out, right? That we were like, all of these retirement funds were going to fail, right? And that we were hearing about Social Security failing, everything was going to fail. Our
For sure.
entire retirement system was going to fail. What they ended up doing was shifting more and more of it from pension funds that were funded internally to a company to 401ks and stock market investment, right?
Agreed.
And what you ended up having is almost every American's retirement money is all tied up in the stock market, right?
Mhm.
Huge amounts of money are tied up in the stock market, and not just for rich people, for middle class people, right?
Agreed.
Their entire retirement is stuck there. And if the market collapses now, you're not just going to be fucking rich people. You're not just going to be fucking, risk takers. You're going to be fucking every single person who needs that retirement money, which is a huge,
Exactly.
huge segment of the population. And that makes it even more devious because you can't let the market collapse, right? We can't let it happen
Well,
because
the
we're going
thing
to be.
is, the money that those corporations needed to set aside to be able to pay those pensions was also tied up economically as well, right? Like, you can't pay pensions to all of your workers in 60 years if you don't have some kind of growth model like the stock market to put that
Wait.
money to be able to pay out. So, regardless of whether it's the individual, like, it can be the individual workers, or it could be the company going under and then they don't get pension because the company they worked at went under. So regardless, it's going to be tied to some idea in our culture that has economic increase, and the stock market is like the biggest version of that, right?
Right.
Like, or it's
Yeah.
going to be those companies have real estate and they're expecting real estate prices to go up by so much so that when their workers are retiring, they're able to pay them out. It's going to be tied to something that's related to economic growth, right? So even if it's not the individual investors, the company itself still would have that same burden.
Well, so Gambit, you talked about like the bailouts, and on the surface, I would also disagree with the bailouts, but I'm just thinking like if you look at a company like Amazon, right? Like they
Mhm.
have web services, they do deliveries, like they're in like everything. Like so like what would happen next week if Amazon said they're going out of business? Like there's like hypothetically like all the shipping that would be affected, all the web services that would be affected, all these areas of our society that would be affected.
What would happen is
that
Google
What was that?
Cloud would explode.
What was your
Google
question,
Cloud would
man?
go crazy. Azure would go crazy. People would migrate to that and they try to replicate what Amazon did and they try to iterate on the failings. So I'm not this person that believes if one company, no matter how influential they are, if they go under, their ideas that they created aren't lost. So people will have the ability to replicate them. Being the first Amazon is far harder than being the second, third, fifth, 19th. So they've put those ideas into like public consciousness. And if they were to go under, people could take the good ideas, like what's happening, well, not necessarily at a grand scale, but people will take the good ideas and implement them and they'll iterate on what caused them to fail. So I don't think
Yeah.
that'd be a
Well,
bad
No,
thing.
no,
I'm
no,
not.
but that's not the issue. The issue is the time. Like if Amazon failed, like was going out of business tomorrow, like it's going to take people years to replace all these things
It's
that
not
Amazon's already
decades.
doing. So what I'm talking about, the impact that would have on our society, on failing, deliveries that are going to be not going to be delivered. I
It
think
take more time for us to get goods for a while other companies ramped up their ability to do FBA warehouses and have FBA fleet to deliver.
I'm gonna.
For sure, there's
Well,
going to be.
it's
I'm gonna
For,
let in. Hold on,
for
Euchris
sure, there
hasn't
will
had a
be
chance to
impact.
speak in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, Euchris. And we haven't
Yeah,
had the
I'm
question
sorry.
I
The
wanted to.
Amazon thing really fucking pissed me off, right? Because like Amazon for a long time has been relying on labor. It has not trained or recruited, right? It's relying on contract labor for its delivery drivers, right? Amazon for a long time has been literally stealing data from people who advertise. So earlier
That's
in the
not
night.
stealing.
No,
Don't
hang
use a
on. No.
hyperbolic word.
Shut. Hang on. Earlier in the night, we talked about the fact, right, that Amazon allows small businesses to thrive, right? And this is
Yes,
true
they
to a
use their
certain
data.
extent. It is true
That's
to a
not
certain
stealing.
extent. God damn it. It is true to a certain extent, right? Especially with bookstores, right? That small bookstores have been able to list their things. Like, that's how businesses have been able to survive. All of Amazon Basics products. They're being currently sued for this, okay? So you cannot say it's not stealing. This is something that is working its way through the legal system now. All of Amazon's basics products, right? When you go buy a laptop case, or when you go buy a chair, or when you know, anything that's labeled Amazon Basics, what Amazon has done is it has allowed small businesses to advertise on its site, and they have siphoned off the data that those companies have gotten from their sales, from their ads, from their specs. And so what Amazon, no, what Amazon has stolen is the specs of those products, okay? And they have done this for a number of products, right? So when you list an item on Amazon and it's like, oh, well, here's our dimensions for our laptop bag, blah, blah, blah. Amazon has stolen those things, or has stolen proprietary data from these companies. There are multiple lawsuits from different angles still working themselves from the legal system right now. So like, Gambit, you can't say it's not stealing when we haven't settled lawsuits yet, okay?
Well, you can't say it is
send me one
stealing
of
either.
those
Amazon has okay. Let me modify my language.
Eucharist,
Amazon
can I get, like,
has
a charitable
taken
position? Yeah.
Amazon has taken proprietary data from small businesses and used that to make their own products that mimic the products of small businesses, okay? That is what they have been doing for years. And so what they have been doing is they have been deigning to let small businesses list their products on their site so they can siphon off every piece of data they can get from them, and they can take I won't say steal. They can take all of that, make their own product cheaper because they're, shipping all their manufacturing overseas and whatnot, and push those businesses out of business. So they allow those businesses to be high on their lists. They take all of the data, they make their own product, and then they intentionally push those products down the list to the second or third page on Amazon so that the Amazon Basics product can sell more than the companies that they took the data from. I won't say stole. They took the data from, okay? So no, I do not agree with the idea that Amazon is allowing small businesses to thrive. I don't.
Could you send me an article on that? That sounds really interesting.
This is just
can I give you like a practical interpretation of that, Eucharist? Maybe I can see what you're throwing, just to see if I can understand what you're saying. I think he's muted, pro streamer.
Go ahead. Please,
yeah, so like let's say I create a company that sells microphones, and I sell, like, we'll say super cardioid microphones. With that, I have different types of dimensions, different types of specs, different types of internals. And then what happens is when I list this on Amazon, I then put that information about the product online so that other consumers can understand of like, okay, this is what I'm getting when I pay for it. And then what's happening here is that, let's say I'm like one of the top, or I'm making moolah on my super cardioid microphones. What you're, I guess, implying or suggesting is that Amazon is taking that information that, while on its face isn't necessarily of importance for like the average consumer of knowing this thing, but if I'm somebody who's trying to cut on the bottom line and go against this, in this case Amazon, I take that specs, I take that information, and then I make my own microphone. And instead of putting Hosa or Shure or blah 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 blue on it,
right?
I put
So,
Amazon
the current accusation is not just that I take the data. It's not just that I make a competing product, right? It's that I also take my product and I put that way higher than the company that I took all of that data from, and that I intentionally suppress that company's product, right? So when someone searches for that thing that they knew that they wanted, it is far further down the list than the Amazon Basics version of it. That's what's been happening.
The reason why I bring this up is like something that like we do at the event company I work at, because we had a guy who used to be a production manager who bought Amazon Basics wires, is that we literally cut them open, and then we found that there's no difference between an Amazon Basics wire and then like a rinky dink like quote unquote lower quality. It's like literally like identical in terms of not only specifications but in power draw and all this nonsense. And then like when you look at a wire that's like of better quality from like another company, it's like, wow, this actually has the proper internals, it has the proper shielding and all this other stuff. But for the layman, for the average consumer, they're not paying attention to that kind of stuff. They just want, I'm using electronics that I think is really like feasible to understand. Like you just want a USB that works, you just want a cable that works, you just want a camera that works. You don't care what it looks like, what it sounds like. If it's a 1080p, it's a 1080p. Who gives a shit? But if you're someone creating these things, then this is something you ought to be like kind of concerned about.
Yeah,
Well,
and so
no.
like last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up for a little bit, is that so what I think is happening is what all of us should be able to agree are what are called anti-competitive practices, right? So it's not just that you are competing. It's not just that you are making a better product. It's that companies like Amazon are actively seeking to suppress the companies that could compete with their product. So either it's from like scraping the stuff that they make and incorporating it into their stuff and then suppressing the products that they want to list on your website. Or in the case of Facebook, it's Meta now, right? It's buying a company like Instagram, public facing, saying no, it's not a competitor, it's a different social media site, and then in internal email saying of course it's a competitor, why else would we buy it, right? So there are two avenues of being anti-competitive. It's like taking the stuff that they are doing and trying to do it the same and then suppressing the way that other people are doing it, and then it is taking what other people are doing that is competitive to you and buying it up and just snatching it out of the market. Like so these companies are being anti-competitive.
So I disagree with both of these. So one, the idea that Amazon is collecting metrics on what people sell and choosing to compete against people on their platform is absolutely true. There's nothing about this that's stealing, though. I don't even think there's anything about it that's bad. Amazon is enabling a tremendous amount of businesses that otherwise would have no like user view to their product. So I completely disagree, and I think Amazon is absolutely a net good. Now the conversation about when Amazon used to
It's literally stealing companies' designs. I'm gonna send you articles, Gambit. Like I'll send you DMs right now. They're literally stealing designs for products from other companies. They're taking them from people who develop them and selling them as their own. They're doing this. Okay, it's just incontrovertible at this point.
Wait, but you, Chris, like just so like, because I want Gambit to respond fully too. But it's like, I guess like, is your concern or like one of your concerns that is kind of like, if you, let's say you're succeeding on Amazon with a product that you think is yours, there is the chance that Amazon could just make that product themselves, and essentially like they're allowing you to exist so that they can get this information, get this feedback, get what you're not doing correctly and what you're doing correctly.
It's not just getting the information, the feedback, right? It's getting the details about the product itself, right? So as a factor of selling your product on their market, they're saying, yeah, we get to get all the details about your product, and then we get to steal it and make it flashier, and then push it at the top of the listings when anyone searches for your product. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that almost no Amazon basic products are particularly breakthrough products, right? These are not innovative things. These are microphone, mouse.
I mean, I can send you this. I can send you the same articles that I sent these people, right? Like Amazon is literally stealing designs from third-party retailers.
The point is that those designs are not special designs.
It does.
Right?
No.
Basic product that have been products that have been
what Amazon is,
on.
it doesn't. If they were generic products, right? Amazon wouldn't have to steal their designs from another retailer, but they do. They steal designs from people who have innovated them, and then they make it their own.
You sent me an article with like one paragraph.
YouTube.
You have 3 different articles, Gambit.
Gambit, what would you define as anti-competitive practices? Because he just gave a few examples, and then you're not convinced that Amazon is being anti-competitive. Like, what's your definition of anti-competition then?
Yeah, so it's really crazy to me when we define competition as anti-competitive. I think an anti-competitive practice would be something like removing the ability for others to compete. I don't think
about
competing.
subverting? What about
So
what about subverting someone's competition? Like, let's say I'm
what-
Amazon
what
and there's a mom and pop burger shop across the street, and then I create a huge franchise in front of it to throw them out of business. Isn't that anti-competitive?
No, it's not. It's competitive. It's not
Yordle
anti-competitive.
or Gambit, what do you think about the situation with Wordle? Like, do you agree that it's like, what are your thoughts on that? Like, you're familiar with Wordle, right?
I've seen people post those little crossword things on Twitter.
Yeah.
I have no fucking clue what it is.
Yeah,
I
so it's
literally
like
don't
it's
know.
essentially a TLDR word puzzle, and then like it was kind of it's crack, it's crack. But the New York Times bought it. So do you think that they're like, would you consider like New York Times
No.
like kind of buying out their competition when it comes to like the word puzzle game, like the word puzzle niche?
I don't think that's anti-competitive unless you're like you own like some uber majority of market share in one area, right? Like I think we define it's so weird to define competition as anti-competitive. Joe, if you have a good product and I have a good product, and I say, you know what, I'm gonna buy Joe's product to make myself and my company better in my market price and blah blah blah. That's not inherently anti-competitive because I'm buying you and we compete in some domain. Now, if I make it impossible for people to compete with me, now that's anti-competitive. But just competition can't be anti-competition.
But listen,
Isn't it
Gambit, I
kinda-
feel like this is the semantics over wording. I
It's
guess
not.
a proper.
Anti-competitive
Well,
is
well, like let's say,
it's a well-defined thing.
here's a question: Who do you think is like, with only the knowledge that you know now? I'm just gonna like kind of throw a stat, right? I think the last time I checked, the number of like active users of Wordle was somewhere of like 2 or 3 million. I'll say 2 million for the sake of argument. Do you think that number is going to be higher or lower than the number of people who participate in the New York Times cross puzzle every week? Like
I don't
who's
think it
higher, the
matters.
Wordle users or the
I didn't
crossword
hear
users?
your whole thing, but if Wordle is this new thing that's imploding and they bought it, more people are gonna be interacting with it for sure, which is the reason why they bought it.
Right. So do you think that's possible that the New York Times saw Wordle as a threat and then understands that they might have the more capital than just like a small app developer, and then decided to give them
As
a
threat or just a useful buy, I don't think changes whether or not something is anti-competitive.
Can you repeat the first half? I'm sorry.
I said whether they saw them as a threat or they saw them
got it.
as a useful buy, that doesn't change it to be anti-competitive all of a sudden.
Well, I guess it's like for me, when I look at something like that, it's a little strange to me where it's like we understand that like companies are just trying to do the thing and maybe they don't have the type of like funds and overheads. I'm always just wary when you see something that's like very popular in the landscape and then it just gets bought out by a larger
But that's
company.
what.
But they
I'm
don't.
always
But they don't have
That's
to.
just
They
what's
don't have
gonna
to
happen.
sell.
I think anti-competitive.
What do you mean? It's just
Sure.
what's gonna happen. That's not. No, hang on. No, I'm sorry, Gambit.
Alright,
That's
talk
not
again
true.
for 10 minutes, okay.
No,
so a
I
whole
know.
bunch of
I'm
false shit that nobody
No,
can respond
let
to.
me give you
Go
30
ahead.
seconds, and then I want to hear what you guys say. But 30 seconds is that's not just what's going to happen, right? In the 30s, right, we had antitrust action that went against a consolidation of two companies that would have had like 2% of the market shares on shoes, okay? So it's not just
Yeah,
what's
those were
gonna
dumb rules that we
happen,
got rid
okay?
of.
That's not just what's
Those
gonna
were dumb rules we got rid of.
No, we have those rules still. We just interpret them differently because of Supreme Court precedent.
Saying
Okay,
that somebody can't own 2% of the market share is dumb. You disagree?
Okay, I am
Do you
just saying.
disagree?
No, what I'm saying is
Do
that
you disagree? Yes or no?
I don't disagree.
You brought
no.
up your example. I said your example is dumb.
I don't dis-
Do
I
you
don't
agree?
disagree.
Do you agree that if a company can't control more than 1% of the market share, that's
I think consolidation of the market share is a bad thing. That's my general principle. Okay. That's
so anybody owning 2% is a bad thing.
I think that in
Can you
previous
answer the
eras,
question? You brought up an example.
No,
I'm asking you a direct question with your example,
I'm
and
gonna
you're
answer
afraid to answer.
I'm gonna answer it. No, I'm not afraid to answer it. I'm gonna answer it.
Well, I'll try again. Can you answer it?
I think that based on previous court precedent, that consolidation of market share is a bad thing, right? So
That's not the question I asked you. Can you answer the question I asked you? I asked you again. This is like the 6th time. It's incredibly hard for you to answer a question. Do you think a company owning 2% market share is a bad thing?
In some cases, yes. Yes.
Right.
In some cases, yes.
Silly.
I'd be concerned. Like I'd be
silly.
concerned if.
Hey, Joe,
like-
GSU, can you turn on your cameras? That'd be actually quite excellent.
that
Actually, I would
requires
love to
pants.
see you both, and I want to fight about market share stuff. I have thoughts. I have real
Yeah.
good thoughts. I promise.
Okay, let me find pants and a shirt. God damn it.
Yeah, I gotta.
But
I'm
as
find
a
pants and
thought,
shirt within
no,
the
like
next-
unironically, pants and a shirt. But like,
Okay,
I guess like the one thing, and I'll let you go. I'll switch to speakers too, Eucharist. Like, I'd be concerned as a musician, right? If like, Selmer did a merger with like a smaller saxophone company, and they own something like 2%, where it's like,
Yes,
holy shit,
right?
like, that's concerning. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
No, like
you
if
wanna
you
have,
have a
like-
consolidation of the market share in the production of instruments, actually, in the consolidation of market share in the music production industry, right? In the music
I'm staring
publishing
at Gibson.
industry,
I'm staring
right?
at
All of
Gibson.
these things are bad, right? Like
Yeah.
people who actually work these industries know that these are bad, right? Like you understand, Joe, that like that it's not like it sounds small, right? 2% sounds small. But it impacts consumers, right? And that was the old
You know what
antitrust
impacts
law.
consumers?
Hang on.
Companies-
Hang
companies
on.
growing and being able to reduce their price
Historic
because they're
antitrust
efficient.
law.
That's what helps
Historic
consumers.
Historic antitrust law was what impacted consumers. Right now, what we have is the only standard that we have in our current post Robert
Eucharist.
Bork.
You're finna go on this long diatribe. Don't waste our time. Hey, listen.
No, I'm not.
Do you
it's not
think
a
it's
diatribe.
good
I
that we
I
can
explain-
buy?
No, I can
Do you
explain
think
to
it's
you
good
in
that
a-
we can buy flat screen TVs for $150?
It is a wonderful thing that we can buy flat.
Until
You
you
know
find
what?
out,
diatribe.
You
until
do
you find out
understand
when it
that-
comes to.
You do understand that if you can't grow your market share, you won't have efficiency, and consumers are going to pay astronomical prices.
God, I
for goods,
understand
right?
how
But
economics
Gambit, you
work.
could
I
also
really
you
do.
could also agree that one of the problems, and this is one of the things that comes with like instrument consolidation, is that even though we have cheaper products, those cheaper products are now harder to repair. Like time and time again, I have students who like again like I want musical instruments to be more affordable, but I don't agree with the Amazon boom of affordable saxophones because those saxophones are not repairable. Like they're designed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like affordable is not the same thing as
But
quality,
this is why
right?
you can buy other brands and you don't have to buy the Amazon.
No,
brand.
but the thing is that like for the basics instruments that exist on Amazon right now, they're marketed in such a way at such a price point that no larger company would dare touch it because they're greedy. Like they're not going to sell a saxophone at $300. But if you get a parent that doesn't know anything about saxophones, then of course they're gonna look at that and go, yeah, why would I buy this $300 student
So
level
it sounds like they're
saxophone?
bringing music to more people. I think it's pretty
Yes, but
base,
they're
right?
also bringing music to more people at the expense of quality products for students, and that's
Well,
something
guess
I don't
what?
agree with.
Guess what? If the price point is so low that you can just buy a new one instead of I'm memeing right now. You can just buy a new one instead of repairing it. That's awesome. That's pretty base. Instead of the $7,000 saxophone.
Okay,
guess
I'm
what?
sorry. If you're gonna preface your statement with what I mean right now, you need to shut the fuck up because we're
Joe,
trying to have a serious.
Joe, you
Yeah,
can buy
let me
enough
put a shirt
saxophones
on.
for
Let
your
me put a
entire
shirt
damn
on.
orchestra now for the same price that it would cost you to buy one.
Look, we are trying to have a serious conversation. You need
No,
to
no,
cut the
no.
memes out, okay?
No, I'm memeing, but I'm making a point.
I
I'm
understand.
not
Okay.
only memeing.
Damn it, the things I
Right?
do for Prime, Jesus Christ.
No,
Alright,
you can
fucking
you can
guy.
say that television.
Oh, is my mic hot? Oops.
No, damn it. Damn it. I understand the point you're making, okay? What I am suggesting is that
I'm just kidding, by the way.
what I am suggesting is that market consolidation is bad for consumers. And this was the historical antitrust principle, was that if you consolidate a market, it hurts consumers. Now, post Robert Bork, who got nominated to the Supreme Court but never got elected to the Supreme Court, whose
Borking.
legal interpretations are very
In Borkifications?
interpretations
Got me putting on
are
clothes at
very
2
influential.
a.m.,
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Are
I know,
very
it's
important,
sad.
right? Okay, like Robert Bork's like interpretations of antitrust law are very influential on the modern Supreme Court. They're referenced constantly, okay? And his interpretation of classical antitrust law is, well, we can only measure harm to the consumer by increase in prices, okay? And I think that what Joe and I are saying is that that is not true, okay? We can lower prices.
So what you are saying that if you
hold on,
raise
I'm
the
not,
price
hold
and you
on.
increase the quality
No,
so that
no,
those black
that's not
kids
what I'm
can't
saying.
buy it, that's better for
also
those black
not-
kids.
Gambit, that's also not what I'm saying, and you fucking know it, dude. We've talked. Gambit, I agree with you
No,
on
but
more
this is
things.
what you're
Gambit,
saying.
I
Do you
agree
think
with you.
prices increase? Hold on. Do you think prices increase the more spread the market is?
I'm gonna need you to qualify.
Consolidation makes prices lower. You're arguing that the low prices aren't better. I'm arguing that there's a barrier to entry to these markets, and the reason why black
Yes.
people don't participate in hockey and all these other things are because they don't have the funding to be able to enter into whatever this field is.
Let me
But at the
try
same
to lay it
time-
out as clearly as I can. Okay.
I'm listening.
Market consolidation is bad for consumers because it reduces competitiveness, right? Prices can go down as a result of market consolidation. That market consolidation and prices going down is not it's not a universal indicator of things improving, okay? That's my point here, okay? So what we have from old school antitrust legislation is that what matters is market share and competitiveness and whether or not a company is allowing other competitors to enter the market. What matters is not the price, okay? The price fluctuates all the time for a lot of reasons, okay? Whether it's quality or not, right? Price fluctuates. The price going down is not a good indication of consumers being advantaged, okay? But new school antitrust legislation says as long as price goes down, consumers good. I'm saying that's not true. I'm saying that's
Yeah,
so-
it's
Okay, so imagine you have $100, right? And imagine the saxophone
I
costs
can do that right now.
$7,000.
I'm ready.
Wait,
Imagine a saxophone costs
$700.
$7,000. Yes. Okay. Now,
Oh,
saxophone
damn.
costs $7,000, or
Sure.
you can live in a world
I
where
need
Amazon.
70
or you can live
times.
in a world where. Yeah. So imagine you have that $100 and you really want to get into music.
Yes.
Mhm.
This is like, let's go back a few years, a few decades. So now the saxophone costs a lot more. So schools in black communities aren't able to buy
Well-
instruments, so they don't have bands. So would you say it's better to live in a world where that exists, or where through bulk producing, saxophones are cheap enough now where more people can play in this market? They
I
might not be
think-
able to
okay,
get
so
the
I have-
highest end.
I'll
Hold
let
on,
Joe
hold on.
deal with that. Joe,
They
I
might
get
not
it.
be able to
Music
get
Yeah.
future. Joe's the
insight.
music future. Go.
Yeah, so I have some historical conflictions. I want to make that clear. Like, one of the things that was so great about the Industrial Revolution as it relates to music is that instruments were much easier to create in mass. And one of the things that we saw, and this is kind of where like the capitalist machine needs to be destroyed, is that saxophones were incredibly cheap during the 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s. For example, my saxophone teacher was saxophonist for the Buddy Rich Band. His name is Andy Fusco. And he bought his saxophone new for $25.
Did he get a symbol thrown at his head?
Yeah, no, and that was just from, I forget like where he bought it from. Like, he just went to a mom and pop shop. He just saw a Mark. This is a Mark 6, $25. Granted, like, even like relative to the price at the time that he bought it was still pretty low, but still it's a now a saxophone that is like heralded as one of the crown jewels of saxophone production, and that can't be re-emulated. But now that saxophone, if you were to buy it used, is anywhere from $5,000 to $20,000 depending on the condition. And then
I
what
mean-
ended up happening is that because of these quality horns, other companies tried to replicate it and say, like, because this thing is so heralded of quality, then they try to match like market prices and stuff. So like I would say that like I would rather have a world where $7,000 instruments exist, with the caveat that I strongly believe that companies don't have to charge the amount that they're charging for these instruments. That's like kind of where I'm at on it, where it's like they already make these instruments in mass and they're charging it with this thing in mass, but they're not, it's kind of divorced to the market. For example, Selmer, the reason why I bring up Selmer is because they just released this saxophone called the Supreme, and it's supposed to be, and what I've told, it's like at par, if not better than a Mark 6 right now. And unless you have $10,000, you're not going to get it. Like, because the market's for $10,000. That's like, I can think of so many things to spend on. We go for it. Yeah.
It sounds like those companies were charging ridiculous prices, and then Amazon created a more affordable version and has fought those companies, and now they also have to charge lower prices because the insane price that they wanted to charge is no longer possible.
Repeat that one more time.
Let me ask.
So you were saying, you were talking about the $7,000 world, right? The reason why they can't charge that price anymore, you said that you don't think they should have been charging that price. They just were for whatever reasons. Some of it I didn't hear because me and Eucharist were talking to an idiot in chat. But so I missed some of it.
But anyway.
Yeah. No, Gambit. Let me ask you a question, right? So if you invented something, okay?
Wait. One second. I'm gonna listen to you. Hey, anybody who's listening to this is an open panel. You can hit exclamation point open or exclamation point Discord and chat. You can jump into the rowboat waiting room and a mod will pull you in. So if you're a dumb fucking chat that thinks you have something smart to say, feel free to jump on. But go ahead, you.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're smart in chat, please come in.
Sorry, yeah, Jeff Bezos says Joe has the worst takes, but I take his mom to dinner and he's yet to call me his son. So, or dad rather, even. And look, like, I'm okay with not being called dad, but I'm gonna keep taking your mom out to dinner. So,
all right,
I don't know what to tell you, friend.
Gambit. All right, let's say you invented something new, okay, and you found a marketplace.
We're writing it immediately. 7 years, buddy.
What?
I said I'm copywriting it immediately. That's my 7 years.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. Absolutely, you're copyright. This is actually part of my point. You're feeding into my ideology at this point, Gambit. Okay, so you invent something, right? And you've got a great idea. You've got a new idea, right? And somebody says, "Hey, I have an open marketplace. You can sell this on. You just gotta agree to these terms and conditions." And like every other human being in the world, you check the "I read the terms and conditions" box, and you list your wonderful new invention on.
Wait. Let me make sure I understand you. I just want to make sure I understand you. You just said you voluntary consent to give your information to an
100%. You did. 100% you did, right?
I just want to make sure I understood you.
100%, right? You were presented with a screen that said, check this box if you read the terms and conditions, and you check the box, right? Because all of us have read all of the terms and conditions on every video game we've ever played, right? When you install a game, right? And it says, check this box if you've read the terms and conditions. Come on.
Just make sure we agree.
Yeah.
Whether or not you read those things, if you have a material interest in it, just is a reflection of your intelligence or blah, 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 right?
Fine. You've got a material. Yeah, you think listing your thing on this platform will benefit you, right? And you don't read the terms and conditions, right? It just says, yeah, you can list it on this platform if you check this box. And you say, yeah, I'm going to do it. Okay, and you sell it and you make a bunch of money, right? And then a couple years down the road, you find this company that hosted this platform is selling the same thing that you invented, right? They're selling the same product that you invented. They're selling the same shit that you got a patent on, right? You copyrighted it, right? You feel like you have no, like they've got enough loopholes. It's slightly different enough to where they can make it and they can sell it, right? Like I just
you are aware that
Like Gambit, come on, you're not.
Hold on. I want to make sure you're aware of this. You're aware that regardless of whether or not you sell your stuff on Amazon, the ability to replicate your product and make a generic version is exactly what Great Value does, right?
I understand what generic versions are, right? But for Amazon, what happens is you sign up for their online marketplace,
very
right?
aware. I'm an Amazon
And
developer.
and
Now,
you
I don't
and
work
you,
for Amazon, but I have access to Amazon
yes,
API.
yes.
Know what to do.
Look. Like generic brands have been a thing for a long time. We can fight about those too. I fucking hate Walmart. We can fight about this, okay? But right, so you sign up to sell your shit on Amazon. What you've done is you've consented to trading your data over to Amazon, right? So not only do they have the specs on your product, not only do they have everything you could have possibly used to market your product to other people, but they have every piece of data that you ever used to buy an ad for your product. Okay, so they're taking all of this, and not only do they have access to it, they're using it to develop their own products to compete with you, and then once they have taken enough data from you, enough information from you to replicate the product that you innovated, they not only put their product at the top of the list, but they actively try to push yours down below other
they
random
don't do that
competitors.
anymore.
They
You're
do.
like
I'm not saying
5 or 6 years
they
behind.
don't. I'm not saying they do
You're
that
like 5
anymore.
or 6 years behind. There was a lawsuit around.
Nope.
There was a lawsuit around this.
I'm saying there are multiple. I'm saying there are multiple lawsuits still working their way through the system, right? Because Amazon has stopped doing this because they don't want to open themselves up to lawsuits anymore. But they have multiple lawsuits.
Listen. What they did, what Amazon was doing was, and I don't even think it was bad, but what Amazon was doing was, if the shipping price plus the goods price was cheaper, they were preferentially showing that.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Hold on. I'll let you finish, right? So things that were Amazon Prime and could be delivered through Amazon Prime were cheaper for the consumer. People were arguing that, hey, my price is lower, but their shipping cost was astronomically higher.
Yeah. That's not what I'm talking about.
Again,
what I'm talking about
of-
is Amazon
sorry.
Basics products, okay? Amazon Basics, like
Yes,
active.
that's what I'm talking about too. We're not talking
No,
about different things.
No. Like it's not shipping price. It's not retail price. It's if you Google laptop bag, okay, you are gonna get the Amazon Basics version above the other versions
have higher page ranks
that they stole their product specs from. Okay, if you search Amazon, I'm sorry. If you search laptop bag, this
argument
size,
now, but I can defeat you here too. We can move to as many arguments as you want, and I'll win each of them as we walk along. So now you're talking about page ranks. No. You're saying that Amazon products have a higher page rank on their service than other products of matching descriptions. Of course they do. Of course they do.
What do you mean? Of course they do. They market themselves as the same as Twitter, the same as Facebook. They market themselves as a platform that hosts people who are able to advertise their products and their market. It's an open market. That's what they sell themselves as, okay? So the reason that I can go on Amazon and I can find a used bookstore that sells the book that I want rather than Amazon is because what they market themselves as is it's an open platform. You can go on and you can sell your shit, right? No. Hang on. What they are selling themselves as under Section 230, under the current law that we have, is a marketplace that sells stuff equally. Okay, they're not privileging anything. They're not. They are. They actually. Amazon is. Yeah.
No, you're talking about their marketplaces under like the speech stuff. That's not true.
No, it is. It is like privileging certain ideas, privileging certain books, privileging certain marketplaces is a Section 230 thing. It is. It is.
Wait, can we take a moment? Can I take a moment
to
acknowledge that we are in, as King of William entered, we are in real boomer hours. Let's go.
Sorry, if I'm wrong, someone correct me. I'm fine with it. King of William, go ahead. I just look. Here, let me summarize, and I'll shut up for a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
Amazon privileges their shit that they stole. I'm sorry,
course they do.
that they scraped from other providers. Okay, so other people sold stuff on their website. They took the data from them, and then Amazon takes their version of it and privileges it. Okay, that's what's happening.
Of course.
If you think that's good, fine. Okay, we can fight about whether or not it's good.
Real like 30 seconds. I'm still gonna die on the meme where it's like the combined age of this chat is now higher than the entire chat watching.
For sure.
For sure. I'm only 32. Well, actually, no. I'm turning 33 in 17 days. Oh baby, I can already feel my
Happy
back hurting.
birthday.
Something I'm stressed about, right, is that like to your point about saxophones and stuff and like instruments and basic products, is that like we understand that we produce and consume more efficiently than like ever. Like it's always a better time to consume, produce now than any
because
point
of
in human
market share
history.
consolidation.
But the problem I have is the efficiency. I don't really agree with efficiency without sufficiency. So it's like, while I am excited that I can get this bit, I can like literally go, I want a Big Mac, and then McDonald's goes, it's over there. It's like, yo, but I want that Big Mac to be something that is adequate for what I'm expecting from it. Does that make sense? Because like we do see, as anybody who's ever bought anything from wish.com, not everything is created to be sufficient. And one of the concerns I have with efficiency in any field, whether it be efficiency in this case of Amazon, efficiency in shipping, efficiency in their reviews and feedback, is that it still needs to be sufficient for the consumer. And like I don't really like the idea that like companies, well, I don't like the idea that companies know this and know that they can produce these things incredibly quickly while creating them in such a way that isn't sufficient. So I think that just like goes into a bunch of other problems like climate responsibility and stuff like that. Because personally, like, not to get too much into like the ideological like deeper thing, I think that like we should probably consider looking into a degrowth model in the economy. I know that's a very scary word for a lot of people, but like it's like, look, I don't think billionaires are, how do I say this? I think billionaires, depending on how you look in your ideological spectrum, they're either a thing that is inevitable within the system, or it is a symptom of a disease of the system. And I'm closer to it being a symptom of a like underlying problem than it is like something that is good, right? Because like if I have, it's like that Superman comic where he basically gets supercharged and starts dying over time, where it's like, cool, I have all of these things that are incredibly valuable to not only myself as Clark Kent, but to society at large, that I can solve problems with a blink of an eye.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
On the topic of music.
Yeah.
So if we look at all music that's produced and we look at the music that's listened to, an extremely small amount of people get all of the views and listens, even though there's all of these people putting out music.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Company labels, sadly. There's a few problems there, right? The biggest one is labels and the influence that labels have and the relationship they have with other companies. With this, there's no surprise. Like, for example,
even if you take a platform like Spotify, where you can freely go listen to whatever you want, we still see that people choose to listen to a small amount of producers or composers or artists, rather than people are going and listening to everybody. The searches and all of this, right?
But I think like the problem is that like, how are we approaching this in a way that's, oh god, here's another buzzword that's going to drive somebody in chat crazy, this in a way that's fair. Because one of the things that I as a DJ love is that if I'm preparing for an event and I'm not, like, especially kids parties, and I'm not really sure what's popping, I can just listen to the radio unironically and get an idea of like, okay, what's being played on the radio, use that to influence my decisions and branch out for there. However, I also know that these labels openly target and influence other institutions. So they have their pocket in Spotify to some capacity. They have their pocket in local radios to some capacity. And that's like, I think it's a totally different other thing. But like my like, I guess the way that I think you can kind of decouple that is getting rid of that relationship. But that relationship is driven so hard on cost and so hard on like a small amount of people making money. So you'd have to like basically, oh god, here it comes, tear the entire system down. Like, but again, like that's like, I think a bridge too far for a lot of people, especially conservatives.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me I like to sort of depersonalize the whole billionaire thing and just say that the society shouldn't have billionaires. You know, it shouldn't have anything like that. You know, on that scale of, you know, like obviously, there, you know, this argument is had all the time, so you can go down a million different routes and all that sort of thing. But basically, it's like a symptomology having billionaires, and that way. I think if you think of it that way, then you don't think, oh, well, what are we doing to the billionaires? It's like we're trying to fix the problem of there being billionaires.
Oh,
You
man,
know, because, you know, like you're talking earlier, like about where, you know, whether they privilege something in a query, you know, or if you're looking for something and they put their own knockoff, their own product at the top, and they do that sort of thing. And then you say, well, actually, no, they got an injunction or something like that. And it's like, well, that's the point. Is there a check on these people? And it's like there is a check, but then they can capture government basically, and they can, you know, they can make it. They can, the more money they have, the more power they have to leverage to make things go their way and sort of to rig the game. And so it's not so that's a problem that you have to deal with. So you could say you could put, you know, set up your, you know, perfect hermetic competition scenario, right? And it's completely meritocratic, and then, you know, the best person wins, you know. But the best person wins, and then they have money to influence things to make the game different the next time it goes around.
The hell is? Hold on, wait. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, y'all can't? Okay. No,
just
like
ignoring
it's like my audio. I mean, my graphics card. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Okay.
Just kidding.
But I'm sorry, Joe. I missed everything that you said. I got disconnected and restarted a whole bunch of shit.
No, I was just saying that we should probably, maybe like William and I are on the same pace of this, where it's like, generally speaking, the kind of really normalize the language. Is I just think like billionaires are just a symptom of a failing economic system, and while taxing the rich and the ultra, or however, what the fuck did what the fuck did Warren Hontus say? Like, the super wealthy, like that's one way you can do it, but it's not the only way. I think some ways that are a way that I am on kind of the board with is going to a more how you would say like degrowth model. So basically like phases of planned and equitable economic contraction, and that's like something that's going to be very, very hard, because I don't think you need, like, you can do degrowth in like the small form of doing it within like a particular industry, but then there's like the long form of it where it's like you're targeting like the richest nations in the country, and or in the world I should say, and then doing degrowth from there. But that's gonna, and then like for the eventual goal of reaching a point where you operate within the limits of the world, or in this case like literally the world, because I don't think like having all of this unchecked consumerism and unchecked production is necessarily good for the long-term sustainability of the planet at large. But that's like super deep and super red, depending on who you talk to, so it's like a whole fucking thing.
Oh, did you see that picture of, you know, in Chile where they were dumping cheap clothes there? They dumped like 100,000 tons in the desert in Chile, and they had, in the picture that I saw of it, took it up and had a tag that said TJ Maxx on it. You know?
Oh Lord. Yeah,
But-
and
but
again,
just
like I'm not trying
through.
to, like I'm not trying to paint like I fully like how do I say this? I'm not trying to convince people on degrowth. I can't even convince people that CRT isn't being taught in public schools. So it's like I think like there's like
You believe in degrowth, right?
yeah, I believe in it for sure. Like I
Yeah.
don't agree with the like again best time to be alive, but I want to make sure we're at the best time to ever be alive while also being sustainable and sufficient with the things that we produce and consume. And that's
So
really hard because I don't think America designed itself for people to responsibly be sufficient not only with their time but just their overall energy because of so many other factors, not exclusive to just consumerism.
So it sounds like what you're saying is that Joe Rogan shouldn't be removed from Spotify.
Whoever says Joe Rogan should be removed should probably wash their asshole. Like I don't know, like that's like it's not going to do anything. But you know what it will do? What it will do, I promise you. You'll see every single liberal they'll have a fucking parade. They'll have a parade. They'll backpat themselves. They'll fucking do like replicate the World War II kissing photo. There'll be like a sea of like babies named Rogan in the year 2022. It'll be a fiesta for liberals. But then you'll see like the conservatives go, this is bad. You'll see the leftists go, this is bad. You'll see the communists go, this is bad. You see the socialists go, this is fucked. You'll see the alt-right go, we must go deeper now into our own madness. It's just like not the good outcomes, but it'll make liberals happy.
But hold on, I wanted to address something you brought up earlier. You were asking whether it was like a symptom versus like a disease. I think these things are inherent to, I don't know, maybe even just social interactions. Like if you look at when you grew up, the amount of people who played basketball versus the amount of people who became good, the amount of girls that niggas DM. Like, if you look at any aspect of our society, consolidation is inherent. There is no aspect of our society that's to evenly spread it across everyone. So when we create companies and we create products and goods, right, the whole like competence hierarchy thing, like it's gonna be a consolidation of that good once you make a product and that product is being sold. So I think billionaires are just a byproduct of that natural consolidation that we have.
Well, that's why I believe
ideology.
Yeah, well, that's why I believe it's a symptom. Like I believe that the system like we're currently under is failing ever so slowly, and then we see manifestations of those failures. But because of how I'm just gonna again, I only know America, so I'm gonna have to shit on America because like the way that America is constructed, we're kind of divorced from seeing. It sounds so weird to say, like seeing the system vomit on itself every once in a while, where it's like capitalism is great, and it's like, and then it's just like a big puddle of plastic in the ocean, and it's like, how'd that get there? And it's like, nothing, I'm good. And it's like, you okay, capitalism? And it's like, yeah, I'm fine. iPhones, and then it starts bleeding out the ears.
So I would say those problems like waste, plastic waste, and all of that, those aren't inherent to capitalism. They're inherent to just mass consumption of goods. And like you could have a socialist society that produced excess plastic that they sailed off into the ocean because there was nothing better to do with it and they didn't want to burn it. So
yeah, I don't want to get too like.
But also, they call it fast fashion, you know, and that's because you buy it and you can wear it like once or twice, and then it doesn't look right after you wash it or after you wear it a couple of times, and so then you throw it away. And so you know, and the reason they have like a TJ Maxx or something like that is to put these things at a very low cost where people can afford it, right? But you've talked about this before I got on the panel, this sort of thing. And the question is whether we're trying to make unfixable saxophone for poor people, or whether we try to lift them up where they can have a saxophone when they're taking classes at school, you know? Yeah. And so I think it's a different aspect. That would be like paying people more. There are a lot of things, forgiving student debt.
That's how we can appeal to Joe. Joe knows that when we were growing up, most black schools didn't have a band because they couldn't afford it. None of like where I'm from, that was like I think we had a band in maybe a couple of schools, but most schools couldn't afford it. We only had a band some years.
Yeah,
And we
yeah.
couldn't afford to buy new stuff when stuff broke. And I'm pretty sure Joe had maybe the same thing happening. And like
Well,
now,
it
that
affects
these
schools in
things are
different ways. Yeah, go for
cheaper.
it.
But now that these things are cheaper, we have more black schools that can teach kids how to play instruments at younger ages, rather than you having to wait to high school because nobody has enough money for middle school or elementary. Like that's
Yeah, but
insane.
that's all that. But for instance, but like look at
like
property taxes, right? You
Yeah.
fund schools through property taxes, and in some districts they have a largesse. They have, you know,
You're not
all
going
this
to get black people to
and they're so
disagree with this.
funded. What's that? I know.
You're not
Okay.
going to get black people to disagree with property
Well,
taxes,
there's a few. There's
redlining,
a
and blah, blah,
few.
blah.
There's
Yeah.
a few. But
Yeah, Candace Owens might, but yeah, you're going to get us on your... The moment you say property taxes, we all like shift to your side and we're like, yes, this is a problem with the way education is funded.
Well,
for
the
sure.
thing is though, like, again, to your point, Cam, is that like I want there to be more things in the hands of people so that they can try their best to participate in the world as they see fit. Because again, as much as people think I'm some fucking radical fucking left black nationalist, I don't fucking know. It's like I just want people to participate in the economy. Like even within like my desires in education, I want to produce more workers because that's all the education system and public schools is constructed. It's constructed as that, so I got to play the game. And if I'm stuck playing the game for now, I'm trying to make it the game less shitty for marginalized groups as they're playing, but also trying to make sure that we put people in positions to be able to like work towards it. So like again, like I'm down with production, I'm down with consumerism, but I'm always very wary about like how are we producing this in a sufficient manner, because I don't want to see a world where I'll use we'll say I'll use a computer analogy because this is kind of like this is a problem that we're having right now, where I'm totally down with giving every student a Chromebook, but if the tech center is overloaded with broken Chromebooks due to like whether it be human error or just like hardware limitations, we need
better parents.
Well, there could be better. There could be better parents. There's also just better
for parenting. You know.
Yeah, like for example, right? Like one of the problems that we learned in COVID in my district, using just school as an example, is that our Chromebooks that we had at the time only had 2 gigs of RAM. And this is something that everybody in the IT department was complaining about in meetings dating back to like 20, like when they went to like a Google framework where it's like 2 gigs of RAM while Chromebooks are amazing, ain't gonna cut it. And then what happened is during COVID, you'd have these classes that like with 20 plus students, 30, and then it's like you have that call with a tab open, you're fucked. Like there's that's it. And then it's like something as simple as something as a simple change, which they did, albeit it was expensive, was replacing all of the Chromebooks to Chromebooks that have 4 gigs of RAM or better, and then offsetting the 2 gig ones for just like smaller tasks. So those were allocated towards things like the swiping system we have for study halls and different types of things. Like they're used for like library check-ins and like the tasks that they're designed for, light tasks. While at the same time, like there is the argument too of like why, and this is something a debate board just brought up because I agree with him, is that like why do we have Chromebooks in the classroom when we can have like, and this is where part C is that we can have better machines for students that they can use long term, as opposed to just giving them something that's going to go to work in the vacuum of when they're in the school itself. But that's a totally different thing.
You know what? So there's this great company, dog, and they're like, really big into capitalism too. There's this company, you may have heard of them. They were called Google and they've been rebranded as Alphabet, but they subsidize the price of this thing called a Raspberry Pi. This is a really small form factor computer that enables more people to get into computing and software engineering and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So these are just another example of capitalism just being great for the world. And like, we could put a Raspberry Pi in every student's home for like $70. you'd have to buy the
Yeah.
monitor and the keyboard and mouse, right, to go with it. But the computer itself, $70.
Yeah, and then like you can do something like, and this is even some like, again, there's like a bunch of like questions that I have. Oh god, I'm turning into a fucking official. Jesus Christ. Like another thing that's like on my mind is like, are we producing and doing this thing in a way that's sufficient for the long term of students in not only within the school framework, but outside in the real world? Because again, like the one thing that I'm concerned about is like, are these things sufficient? Where like, for example, one of the things that pilled me on this idea, that just took like dealing with it with my mother, is that I will not get my car fixed by the friend who's good at cars. I will go, if I need to spend the money to make sure I'm getting it from someone who is certified. Yeah, like, because one of the biggest problems that we had, like, and even in terms of like of my Mustang, even though buying a Mustang in Jersey is like jumping in the water in New York, it's like you don't want to just like do the thing to just do the thing. For example, my car didn't have a cat converter. There was like a problem with the cat converter, and like there was like a hole. And what the person did for the car, you're gonna love this one. They soldered the hole to the bed, to the underneath the bed. So you couldn't remove the cat converter if you wanted to, but it removed the rattling that it did. So lo and behold, when I'm just kind of driving and then the bottom of my car just falls, it's in the middle of Brooklyn, and then I go to the repair shop, and then like they look at it like, what the fuck is this? And then I had to sell it, because at the point, like, because of that one soldering job to try to fix a problem, instead of spending the money to fix it the way it's correctly.
That's why I did want to agree with you and Eucharist on just having cheaper prices is not the only goal, for sure.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that sufficiency is important as well, for sure. There's a level in which you're just getting junk, for sure.
Yeah.
And
that's
the same reason I take my cars to a shop too. Exactly.
And I think that's the concern broadly that some might have with Amazon, where in their desire to, and even in Billionaires, right? Like, there's no real incentive to sort of acknowledge or understand the impact that you have as you accumulate this growth. I'm trying to speak very broadly instead of like specifics, because I don't want to get too lost in the weeds. But it's like, for example, there are billionaires and millionaires who understand, like, how do I I'm building all this wealth, so how am I doing some type of impact? You might have something that's very sort of still capitalist adjacent, like Cam Newton buying TVs for his entire offensive line, or Carson Wentz like taking the entire team out to dinner or some shit, or even Bon Dames building like schools for people. Like, that exists, but at the same time, not every single person with the type of wealth to change communities is doing that.
Hey, you know what I always think?
Once you reach, it's just real small. I think once you reach a certain level of success, most people are worried about legacy, and like,
sure,
we might not be privy to what everyone is doing, but all of the people that I know that become rich are all trying to impact the world in some kind of way, and it might not be readily visible to everybody else, but most people I know that are rich, especially the people that I personally know, they're all attempting to modify either their community or the world in some way to leave it better than how it began.
Yeah, and
all the respectability.
I have no study or evidence that I can regurgitate right now at 2:30 a.m. But there is this, like, I think, a cap to it, where I think there's a level, because I see it in my community, because my community is rich as fuck, where like you see a problem, like, where there are people who are incredibly wealthy compared to their peers, and they're contributing to the communities a bunch of different ways. And my township loves to pat themselves on the back all the time in the humanitarianism, but at the same time, it's to a point, where I think once you get higher under these funds ladder, like the funding, like basically as you funnel all the way to the top, then I think the impact of what you do, which might be like the millionaire or billionaire, like the highest earner is equivalent to streamer brain, is that they start thinking like super into the clouds, where it's like I'm gonna build a spaceship to go to Mars, and it's like, okay, Elon, there's like clearly a transportation crisis in your very state. Well, I'm gonna move out of California because it sucks. So it's like, okay, fuck me, right? Like,
Well, I mean, I would have moved away from California if I was them too. But
no, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, obviously, like, I'm memeing a little bit on that, but it's like the
yeah,
idea that like there are problems within a community that somebody with the wealth of like an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos could solve with a
one
couple phone
thing
calls
Elon
and
Musk
some
Here's
did
the-
too. One
Here's
thing
the
Elon
thing, though.
Musk, oh, my bad. Will,
Here,
go ahead.
okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I just think that, imagine, because you get to like you guys know the actual proportionality of it. Like you've seen the graphs of like what the difference it is between a billionaire and a millionaire and that kind of thing.
For
Well,
sure.
I mean, that's going to occur to you. Like you're going to make that kind of money, and then you're going to be sitting in this apartment, and you're going to think of this world filled with people, and you're going to think about your like very, very special situation, and like the pile of money just building up under your back as you sleep, And I just think that the kind of what that does to a person psychologically, because they're not really that remarkably different. There's not that proportionality in the difference between them as human beings and other human beings. So there's this big irrational situation, and that's why I'm saying it's like a symptomology that $1 billion goes to a person, and it goes to their head, and it goes to their understanding of the world and all that stuff. And then you say, what are you going to do with this $1 billion? And then in the back, like somewhere near their amygdala, they're thinking, I have no fucking idea why I have $1 billion. But we have like cultural roles. Like you're going to get into, you get a big sprawling white house with like 2 pools, or, there's like certain ways that, just ways to be a rich person, in the world. And they also, the respectability is an aspect of that. They have money and they want to give computers to schools, or they want to do other things, and it shows that they're still involved, and it's kind of a PR thing. You know what I mean? And also they get tax breaks on it. But so then you have to go back to, well, their wealth is so productive and everything. We just have an ideology about it, and it's the embarrassed millionaire thing. And but we won't accept the fact that much money is going to occur to people, and it's going to make them insane. It's not healthy for people to be a billionaire. It's not healthy for people to be a millionaire when people are homeless, and they think they like it because that's the limit of our understanding of things. But it's really quite tragic, and it's quite disturbing.
Why is it not healthy?
I think people want to relate to each other, and so if you're a billionaire, you can only eat 3 meals a day. You're gonna shit twice. You're gonna
Twice?
You're gonna pee 5 times.
I'm joking.
Yes.
Go ahead.
People
Okay,
say
I don't
twice,
know,
gotta go to
whatever.
a doctor. Jesus Christ! All right, guys.
I'm joking.
I'm saying but people like to associate with each other. People are perfectly happy, and for most of human existence, have been happy without any of this accumulation.
Well, sure, but we can say that like one reason that you could say that's bad is that being in whatever like economic class or social economic class is going to involve you with different people. Like, so if you're a member of the poors, you're going to probably, by and large, interact with other members of the poors. If you're
Right.
part of the middle class, you're going to interact with different members of the middle class. But I think
Right.
something that we're seeing is that the middle, God, here we go. The middle group of middle class, that social economic group is having a sort of magical metamorphosis into something that might not be what we believe to be middle class. Because like, again, like the point I'm trying to make is getting kind of lost in the sauce, is that as you navigate through society, you interact with different social economic groups. So like it's
Yeah,
very
but it's
possible
different.
Yeah,
It's
like,
different, you know, a middle class, hang out in a middle class house or being in suburbia, right? And what's being sociable is like there is very different. It's very much more stilted than it is like working class neighborhoods where people are
Like
much
for-
easier with each other.
Yeah, like for example, like not to id pull it, like I'm gonna get a little and Gamma knows what I'm talking about. Black people know when there's a rich nigga in the room. Like I'm just like it's just like there's just something about it that's like,
Yeah.
you rich? And it's like, but then they hit you with the mix up. That's the funny part. They hit you with the I'm not rich, and it's like, is that your car? Yeah, it's my car, the Lambo. What? It's like, no, it's just like I got it from my parents. It's like, oh, you got it from your parents. Really now? What do your parents do?
Why do they lie about it?
No, they lie about it. It's just that like there's nothing wrong. Like there's nothing wrong with like being proud of what you earn and stuff like that. But the circumstances based on your social economic status, you're going to have different relationships with these systems. So like somebody who has gotten their money off of the stock market is going to have a totally different relationship of what it means to be wealthy for somebody who got their money exclusively from participating in the economy, let's say as a restaurant manager. Like you're gonna have totally different conversations about that and what that looks like. And again, like you participate in different groups and you exist in different groups. I think something that William was trying to knock at is, I can't believe Jeff Bezos said that. That was so stupid. Oh my god, it's unlocked me. A little racist, but we'll let that go. We'll let that slide for the sake of conversation. But we interact with different groups based on our social economic status. I think one of the problems is as you get higher up, there might be a divorce or separation from the circumstances of people underneath you. No different than like the problems of middle class, because you're focusing on yourself and your condition, you know? But if you're on the bottom, I think it's very easy to see those in different circumstances of your own and go like, wow, they have a much better experience than I do, clearly. That type of thing.
Yeah, but it's still what you're talking about is like you're talking about, you know, people going up into maybe the low millions, but then you suddenly are talking about a billionaire, and again, the proportionality of that I think occurs to people.
Splinters, yeah. Like you'll have like for example, like Robert Kraft. Like Robert Kraft rich is totally different than Tom Brady rich, except despite the fact we can understand that both of these individuals have exorbitant amounts of money. But Tom Brady, I would argue, isn't getting in the circles, well, giant asterisk. He's not getting into the circles that he can within Robert Kraft's circle just because of his money. Because I would argue that even with Tom Brady's earnings, he's not even in Robert Kraft's orbit. He's just like maybe like a passing thought, if that. Again, this is divorced of all the context of Tom Brady. So if you start like starting to fight straws, you're coping. But
it's funny to think of their orbit, though. Yeah. It's funny to think of their orbit. Like, who are they hanging out with? They're like that little tight circle.
Well, yeah, because even with like
They're
rich
all
people,
trying to hang
right?
out with
Like,
Kanye. That's what's going on.
Yeah, like one of the things that my boss at the event company pilled me on, because like we primarily do bar and bat mitzvahs, is that you have to be in the spaces where, like, if you want to be charging $7,000 for a set of TVs for 4 hours, you have to be in the spaces where people can spend $7,000 for a pair of TVs for 2 hours. And unfortunately, that's going to be rich ass people. So like you're gonna have to go to the Morristowns, you're gonna have to go to, I'm saying places that only people in New Jersey understand. You have to go to those rich communities who have that type of money. And I'm not, and again, like under the backdrop, because someone might see this in a context trying to think I'm saying that like Jewish people have on the money. It's not what I'm fucking saying. What I'm saying here is that I work at an event company that primarily specializes in bar and bat mitzvahs. My owner is Jewish, therefore, in order to continue it to the continuation of doing upscale bar and bat mitzvahs, is going to the places where upscale Jewish people live, and that's just pure. And that gave us a bunch of doors. Like we did fucking Joe Jonas' birthday party, for instance, 30th birthday party. Like, and the only way to get to that level is being in the spaces where these people exist. And that's true for pretty much anything you want to do.
Yeah, I agree with that, and we can So I'm sympathetic to some arguments that people make, and when I think like there's a lot of like preferential treatment of in groups, whether that's over race or what you're saying right now, like over like the community that you're in. There's a lot of like preferential treatment to in groups that ends up causing problems for people not within those in groups. So I'm completely sympathetic to those type of arguments, and I truly do believe it. But I don't think the answer to that is Prime's not here, but let's put some kind
he's
of
here. I think he's here.
theoretical cap on income. I think that's crazy talk. I think if somebody makes a product that we are like, it's so good that we're forced to interact with it every day, that the person deserves to be filthy rich. If we used to have to go to
As soon
stores,
as he thinks that I'm not around, he starts talking trash about me.
I knew I could get him back when I did this. So, if somebody
There's
generates
some wrestler
a
theme
product
that plays right now. I don't know what it is.
if somebody generates a product that radically redefines society, such that brick and mortar stores across the globe maybe are shutting down, that guy deserves to be filthy rich. He's found a way to be so
But what?
efficient and get rid
But
of.
why not be
a lot.
honored or something like that? You know what I mean? Why doesn't he get like an honorary degree from
We do honor
Harvard
him.
University
Every
or
time
something?
you hit buy, every time, hopefully y'all using y'all Twitch Prime, y'all Amazon Primes to sub to Prime. But every time you use your Amazon Prime account, you're honoring him.
Okay,
Jeff
look,
Bezos is
what about maybe deciding that yes, you may have had this initial idea, but it was a whole crew of individuals who assisted, right? That like Jeff Bezos, we could take him for example, right? He had an idea to selling fucking books online, right? And it worked brilliantly for him. Like, congratulations, great.
Amazingly.
He was enumerated for that. And he started expanding. Okay, great. Oh, not great. I mean, he's like devastated local economies, but but he did any which way. But like he didn't come up with everything as Amazon, right? Like he may have approved, but he didn't do that. He didn't come up with their biggest money makers, right? Like you're familiar with that, Amazon,
AWS.
services, web services, AWS, yeah. He didn't come up with any of that. He didn't have the skills for that. But he invested in it, which is a smart thing.
Yeah, it was the private capital that took the risk, right?
But this was all built on other people's ideas and other people's hard work, right? Hey, Supreme. Thank you for the kind raid. I'm gonna get back to this in a second. Thank you for the kind raid, Supreme. Everyone, go follow Supreme's channel, if you haven't done so already. Yeah, check out Wicked Supreme. You had a fantastic stream yourself. Alright. Yeah, you had a fantastic stream yourself. And we're talking about like taxing billionaires to poverty, as you can see on the screen, right?
Talking about how based Jeff Bezos is.
Hit that follow button. You haven't done so, right? If you're new to this channel, hit that follow button right now. Make sure notifications are on. We have this all the time. This is an open panel where you can participate as well, right? So if you'd like to jump on in, exclamation point open in chat as a way of doing that. But yeah, just stick around. We'd love to have you. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So he didn't create all this himself. He had some help directing it, and even then, he didn't direct it all. Not all, right?
For sure, nobody.
And so then why don't? So since this is a group effort, right? An incredible group effort. Why not? Why is it that one man takes the vast lion's share of all of this and becomes a multi like a billionaire like we've never seen before?
Well, so you get paid for the fruits of your labor, and he's done a great job. But also, the people that he's put on that also had stock have been incredibly wealthy as well. Oh, yo, Felix, yeah, I appreciate you dropping that. Yeah, let me drop that in the chat. But yeah,
well, you
the
could
people
also
that
say
he put
that,
on
like,
also were able to sell their they were able to get stock and then sell their stock and become incredibly wealthy. They also now have name recognition. They can say, hey, I was a part of blah, blah, blah. So they have ways to generate wealth for themselves as well.
But there's easier ways to get blowjobs, Gambit. Like the problem I have is that like there's yes, for some of these companies, like your contribution could have you cashing out. But something that we've kind of seen time and time again is that when it comes to the point of like people looking at what they create and distributing in such a way amongst themselves that's kind of equitable and fair, then people start getting into the weeds about like stock percentages of the company and shit like that. And that's the part where I'm just like, and again, that's like an individual thing. I don't even know how you'd go about mandating that, but it's so weird where like once it comes to the point of like, okay, let's like distribute our thing evenly, like, and then like we'll just take it from there. And then it's like, well, hang on, I'm the one who built the back end. If it wasn't for the back end, there wouldn't be a blah blah blah. And it's like, oh my god, this is cope. Where it's like, yeah, like you can make significant contributions to something, but I don't necessarily believe, and this might be where I lose some people, like I don't necessarily believe that like you have to be like the highest earner just because you do that thing. Like if you're doing this thing for the sake of the betterment of others and you're going to be filthy rich regardless, then why are you trying to argue on percentages like that, you know?
And you could say something like, for instance, I'll think of a billionaire like an oil billionaire in Houston, right? And what do they do? They built this humongous complex of hospitals and stuff like that, you know? But these were like right-wing billionaires, you know, and they were, you know, behind the McCarthy era, and they, you know, were part of, you know, making the whole country depend on cars and car transportation, which is ruinous, you know, and it's ruinous even where it all begins down in East Texas. It's not looking very good down there.
In a lot of those cases, though, those are like. Those people are like laundering.
It would be cool to be on horseback. Where I am, man, you'd want to be on a horseback. It'd be beautiful.
William, you're saying that our society...
Damn, this is Promise? I haven't seen Promise turn his cam on in like the 2 years I've ever been here. This is a fucking treat. Jesus Christ. Boomer hours. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wait, we should...
Go ahead.
I ain't even boomer, bro. Like shit.
Horse bike? It's a horse bike?
Old head hour.
Jesus.
Oh, me. Oh, no, I'm saying... No, I mean it would be cool if you could. Where I am, I would think you should have they should have a light rail, like where I am, because we are on a train hub, you know, and you could have a light rail that attaches all these communities together because they're building all this development, and it puts all this traffic pressure on small roads. Now they could expand the roads and everything, but I think they should pivot away from that. You do a light rail. And then this is my idea, and I'm not mocking conservatives. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm just going to think it out loud. But you have the light rail there, and then you have tuk-tuks. That'd be one thing. That's not the
fast trains. What is light rail?
No, they can go fast enough. You know, 40 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour. That would be nice, and it'd be beautiful.
Yeah,
it would be beautiful. The view car, like right where I live, it would just be gorgeous. You know, and then you could be on like a smaller thing, like an electric tuk-tuk. You know, and some of those could be delivery ones, or you can have them kind of tuk-tuk limos and stuff like that. And then you could have like bicycles and pedestrian. And then you could have horse riding. And I think if people could ride on horseback from town to town around here and like go to a bar or something like that.
You can though.
They would fucking love it. I bet it's not easy. It's not like feasible, but if you made it broadly like
That's where to God if we get horse lanes before we get bike
that'd be amazing.
There's a way to clean up shit from horses all over the country. Like,
listen, New York can't be like. If this was proposed, no politician can talk about horse shit. That's just like the dumbest. I don't know if you've ever been to Soho at 3 a.m. Like horse shit is the least of your worries. But I'm aiming really hard there, but
I know it's crazy, but I'm not making really a horseback thing. I am saying that you know, they can have other modes of transportation that are more efficient than cars. You know, I think cars. I would like to see. I'm reading a lot of history. I love reading before there were cars. I love picturing the area before there were cars and stuff like that. Like
we should just become nomadic too, right? Let's go a little bit further back, right?
I don't really have a problem with that.
So the whole reason, I'd like to address like the reason I joined. I actually want to talk. here to Gambit about like this whole notion that people like earn their market keep and the amount of value that's worth is like being distributed fairly based off of ownership currently. So like my problem with this take is that when you look at the amount of labor that has to go in order for Amazon to be as profitable as it was, no matter what it was, there has to be thousands of people working for them, right? Across all lines of their business, there's literally I think it's like 1 in 7 Americans work for Amazon now or some bullshit like that, which is fucking absolutely mind-boggling. Maybe it's like 1 in 10 or something then. But I don't know. It's an absurd number.
There's 330 million people. 1 in 7 would mean there's only 70 million workers. Is this true? No, I mean there's only
1 in 7 would be.
This is impossible.
I mean,
but no, I don't want to fight you over this number. What's up?
So, when you look at the way that like Amazon and these big corporations like earn money, even like medium-sized corporations, because I've gotten the shell game at medium corps too. Like, labor has taken the back seat to profitability based off of the organization of the majority of American corporations for going on like since the 80s. Probably even further back than that. But we had the progressive tax system in place that enabled people to do stuff, right? Yeah, sure, inflation. We'll talk about it, right? So back then, $7 an hour was a whole shit ton of money, but minimum wage was probably a few bucks, right? If we look at the way that the way that individuals' profits have kept up with the profits being earned by the corporation, the equity line shifts. They diverge in the 80s, right? People start taking home less and less. Inflation has hit everywhere but the labor market. And now you're seeing conservatives, rich business owners, and folks that are more self-interested complaining now that they have to pay labor more. Right? Like McDonald's increased its profits to $23 billion, right? They didn't increase all of their workers' wages uniformly across the board to $15 an hour, but they made, still in profits, $23 billion. Now, like, I'm not trying to justify that they need to take all of those profits and pay additional labor. Like, I don't think that's exactly fair. But I don't think it's wrong that when these profits are turned, that we ask the company to restitute the civilization that gave them the opportunity to be as profitable. We take in turn that money and reinvest into our society, where these people that are able to instead drain from our society by putting that money into their own coffers leaves us in a better situation overall. Our goal is longevity, right? Like, we are looking long term. And a lot of the way that these positions are put forward about the profitability of these corporations being it's what's theirs, like, it's not a long-term investment. It's short-term thinking about near-term profits. It's not something that gets us as a society anywhere. And because of that, like, I really can't view anything about that position as being like anything other than myopic. It's just like so focused on like self-embetterment in the now for like the trade-off of saying fuck the future, essentially, to me.
Well, they're not burning the money that they get.
They're often reinvesting it. They leave it sitting in stocks. They leave it in the programs. Like, look at what Elon Musk did with all of his like massive wealth after he sold off PayPal. He started a solar company. He started a car company. He started a rocket company. 2 of those programs used more tax dollar help from our society. Again, I don't mind investing in enterprises that are willing to do that. But at the same time, like, we have trillion-dollar companies now. Like, millions of dollars. Like, 1 million, 1 million. That's how many we're talking about. It is a fucking insane number. And, like...
But also... Promise, are you basically one of your concerns? Oh, I might fall asleep by the way like this. I felt myself fading. Do you think that like one thing could be that, or I guess like one concern that you might have is that, while sure, like you can invest and do things with this, but your concern is like sort of this idea that you have to sustain the wealth that you have in some type of way that's guaranteed or is close to guaranteed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Like, and I'm fine if you want to reinvest into your company, if you want to pay your employees more, cool. Like, I don't think that we should actually tax that more. But if you're going to be spending out, 15-20% in dividends based off of your share price, I start having a whole lot of fucking problems. Because
wait, dividends are helpful.
Dividends
like
are
the offshore. There's like
Well,
the
no, it's
offshore
not just
bank
that.
account meme and like other like not shadow money, but like ways of like
there are types of stocks.
guaranteeing your worth and your wealth in ways that might not be easily targeted through tax policy and stuff.
Especially with stocks being incentivized more often than not as a part of the remuneration for executives' efforts and like labor quality, they have specific types of preferred stocks and stocks that have more restrictive rules on when they're able to sell it, but give them an outsized access to the profits of the corporation, which is why like the whole notion of rewarding merit with regards to CEO performance, directly tying it to the stock value, you're incentivizing not the betterment of the organization, the betterment of our country, the betterment of our society. You're instead incentivizing having the next quarter's stock profits and losses sound as good as possible to investors.
I agree with that. Okay, good. Sorry.
I was just going to say, like, when we look at the way that
y'all reminded me that I got my stock since it's January, and I haven't transferred it to my personal account, so I appreciate y'all.
Move that shit, dude. Get you on paper. Like, I ain't got no problem with this.
Yeah. So what's your
like,
overall point, promise? Is that
just principally that, like, I think that whenever we take it from this perspective, that the way that we're organized is inherently going to like be our best foot forward and take that as the default premise by which we're exploring all other things, like we're kind of ignoring the elephant in the room. We're not acknowledging the whole fact that, like, yes, the profitability of these organizations is a good thing, but we have to recognize that where that money's going is not an investment into our future. It's an investment into our near term. Right?
Right.
It's like looking at the 1 month mark instead of looking at the 1 year mark.
Right. It's structural, and therefore it's not, and a lot of times it's not even up to the whim of, like, what this reminds me of is, I don't know if you guys saw this, but a documentary was made in like the early noughts about rich people in New York City and Long Island. And it had like Ivanka Trump is in it, and I can't remember, just some very rich people that all associate, but they're like the children of rich families, right? And it goes into this. What's that?
Second generation rich people.
Yeah, in other words, like their parents are rich and they grow up rich, like Ivanka Trump, you know what I mean? And so these are the kids of rich families, but super duper rich. And they're all aware of how hyper rich they are. And then he's interviewing them and saying, well, what do you think of this? It's like a film school project or something like that, But he's interviewing them, and they're all talking about this stuff. But towards the end of the movie, he ends up talking to his dad's accountant, and they show his dad kind of in the distance. I went back to look at this. This is going to sound conspiratorial, and that's how it felt. But I went back to look for this scene, and I don't know if it's still part of the movie. But they talked to the dad's accountant, and that was the person that really got mad at him. His dad scolded him. I mean, his dad's accountant. I'm sorry, scolded him as though he were his father's, or as though he were his errant child. Right. Like the dad's all hapless out there, like golfing around, I'm saying,
what's the? Yeah, why? I'm losing you. I don't
because the accountant is very invested in the way he's making money for the family. Like he's the best accountant. They're like the Johnson and Johnson family, And they have like Scad's money, and they're just being billionaires and managing their money, and I'm sure they're aware of a lot of things, right? But then you have this accountant. This accountant is very aggressive, right? And he's the one that's making them all the money, and things have to be a certain way for it all to come off, right? He knows about all the laws, he knows the certain loopholes, he has connections, he has the Rolodex, so on and so forth. So so what I'm saying is that it's not just the personality of the billionaires. That's why I think people should not be invested in the personality or the human integrity of the billionaire, but rather the aberration of having billionaires, and then having these inequities where you can, where they call it other world accounting, or real world accounting. I'm sorry, I should call it other world accounting. But just the ways that it's like what I call the rich man's discount, which is that everywhere you go as a rich person, you get discounts. You have a better attorney, you have a better doctor, you can make better investments, you can get a better education, and so everywhere you're going, you're saving yourself money, and it's perverse, is all it is, and so then it's productive of perversions. But I just thought that was funny that it's not the billionaire. The billionaire could be hapless. It's like a figurehead of billionairism. But the accountant is the person that's very invested in the nuts and bolts of it. And that was the person that really stuck out as the aggressive person,
Well, I mean, that's what they're paid to do, though, right? And this is the
right,
that's
exactly.
the thing about capitalism, right?
Exactly.
Like I don't want you to think that I'm for saying oh, after a certain point you just can't make any more money. There's a certain point in which I want to say you're making 10 million, $20 million a year. I'm gonna say, do you really need all of that? I mean, I get it. It's your birthday party, but if you're hitting $20 million a year,
but look how the Koch brothers spend their money. You know what I mean? It's like you give them extra money. What am I going to do with it? Well, maybe I'll just kind of rig the system in my favor and make more money. I mean, isn't the point?
But that's not just the Koch brothers, though, right? That's a whole myriad of people that are trying to do this, right?
True.
And that's the problem. Is I think you were really correct when you were saying before about we shouldn't paint them all together, but it's the fact that there's this exalted class of people in our society that we enable. What are you gonna say?
There was something super insightful in chat. And usually it's this person when it is something super insightful. Debate Boy said, and it's just this should almost be in the Bible. How much money I make is none of your business at all. Beautiful. Beautiful.
I want to say something too. So if somebody is getting paid an extra $10 million or whatever, if they buy something with that money, then that is helping people. If they buy a house, they're employing the people who built that house. If they buy a car, they're employing the people who built that car. So what's the damage in giving them that $10 million if they're really redistributing it? Whatever into the
but they're
economy.
Not. They're more often than not, they're not. Whenever you're that rich, you don't spend the amount of money that Bezos earns in a year.
That's why it's called a stimulus when you give out checks to normal people, because they have expenses to meet, and they will spend that money. But rich people don't spend money in the same proportion. So you give money to rich people, it does not go back into the economy.
Wait,
at the same level.
Rich people literally most of the time put their money. You think they take their money out of the market?
No, I think they leave it in the market for as much as possible.
That's
unless they
inside
find
of the economy.
It's not inside of the economy. The market is not greenbacks changing hands with people. It's not buying bread. It's not buying gasoline. It's not doing anything other than making the people on Wall Street and more money.
You're talking about the exchange of service, and you're mixing that with why our economy is growing. Why do you think most of the dollars have been printed within the last whatever amount of years? It's because our economy is growing. Our economy is growing, and it's growing because our GDP is growing, and our GDP is growing because these companies are producing so much value, and that keeps going up.
So, when you look at the makeup of our GDP has the financial goods and services making up a trivial percentage of the total amount of our GDP. So that means that there's a lot more money being made in making money. Now, when you go back for the last 22 plus years and you start looking at the way certain programs work, whether it's the ability for the government to write checks in terms of giving people education loans, whether it is banks being able to create money out of nowhere without securitized loans for the backing of housing, they can create mortgages. There are tons of ways that banks and corporations can make money. For instance, the London Interbank Offer Rate, LIBOR, right? It's something that's been manipulated a bunch by big banks, but that's what sets the rate at which loans take or banks are able to get access to cash in periods when they have investments, right? And that means that banks get incredibly cheap access to loans that normal people don't. If I were to go buy a house right now, I would pay 3 to 5%, right? If a bank wanted to go buy 10 homes, a bank wouldn't have to pay any percentage points on the amount of the money that they take in loans. So they're getting access not only to free money, but they're getting to create money and put it on their books as a debt that we owe them as accounts payable, and they're just creating that money into the economy.
So
it's not that like the number of burgers that we've had has increased to the level at which, like, you know, we're adding $20 billion a year to our GDP. Like,
yeah. So once again, this idea that what's good for the rich is good for the rest of us, right? Like, what's good is this massive like separate meta economy that is like the stock market. Does not necessarily translate. I mean, we know it doesn't translate. We can see the amount of. I guess this is where Promos is trying to get to. And thanks for being here, buddy. Nice to see you again. Hope you're having a good one. But like, this massive amount of wealth that's being generated, Gambit, from the market, right? That doesn't translate into the hands of real workers, right? Like, maybe it can help us build more stores, but each of those stores will be employing a person. At minimum wage, right? At like $7.25 an hour, and then it tells the works, we really can't do any better, right? While the people at the top, whether it be like your board, right, or the stock owners, right, the wealthy stock owners, not the small ones, but like the wealthy stock owners, they make out like fucking bandits, right? But there's never enough money.
Wait, there are some things that we agree with, right?
Okay.
I think that people should be extremely disagreeable and they should be fighting to get higher wages. So I don't necessarily think companies shouldn't pay people more. We agree on those things. It's just the idea that thou shalt not be billionaires is what's
No.
Like,
But here's the problem. No, but this is. I get that you want more people to be making more money, but that's not the point I was making. I'm just saying that what's good for the rich is often has nothing to do, right? Exists on a totally different plane than what's good for the rest of us, right? And so what's good for the rest of us is that the rich are taxed. What's good for the rest of us is that the richest political power is curtailed by restraining their financial power, because this financial power is how they work their political power, right? It's all tied to their money. And when you have so many people with runaway wealth, that and I mean, you've seen the graph, you've seen your graph, right? You know, in terms of the income graph or maybe wealth graph, and it's like just like this hard spike, right? And like it's such a hard spike that whatever like medium you're looking at it on like doesn't do it justice, and that like you literally can't you literally can't display it properly, right, to scale, because the income spike is just so enormous, right? The wealth spike
I want
is
to be
so...
a part of that spike, Prime.
Yeah, I know you do. But my man, but you see, right? Like those people, the wealth is. You get that, right? Their wealth is just corrosive. Do you agree on that part, though?
I don't think it's corrosive.
Okay, see, that's where we're falling apart here. That's where we're having this difference. Because look, and imagine you're in business, right? You got I got your job, but you also have your like your side hustle, right? So I understand it, right? So you have a client, you have multiple clients, right? One client is far and away the biggest, far and away the biggest, right? It makes up 85% of your wealth, right? You have the other clients and they're
I
great
was
clients.
in this position at one point for sure.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Right? They're fantastic clients, clients that you like working with, right? Good people. But this one guy who's a fucking asshole, right? 85% of your business. How are you going to treat him in comparison?
You're
Especially
not
if
gonna like
you,
where this is going.
yeah.
You're not gonna like where this is going.
Oh boy. All right.
There's a DoD contract. There's
then,
a DoD contract I was working with. I was
Okay.
in the exact scenario that you're talking about.
Yeah.
And I told him to kiss my ass when I walked out of a meeting, and I haven't talked to him since.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly what 100% what happened.
Okay, but if this was,
100%.
but you have multiple streams of income, right? You're a hard worker. You're already on top of that.
This is very true. This is very true.
If there was your one stream of income, would you have been so?
I wouldn't have sacrificed myself. No, dude, I like I'm a different breed of person, man. Like I've told when I was like, this is like 2012, 2013, where I was like a fresh software engineer, and I told the president of my company, like, "Yo, you can kiss my ass. Like I don't care. Like I'm always real. Like I don't believe in modifying myself for money. Because I feel like I'm gonna get the money in the way that I should get it, and I shouldn't have to modify my values to do that. And I think if more people were just honest and disagreeable, they would get further.
But man, you
I have a question.
Sure, this person, go ahead.
So this is to you, Prime, I guess, and maybe Promess. So the question is, let's say, okay, what taxes do you think billionaires should pay? Like, if it was up to you, what would you? What would the tax system be for you?
99.99%.
And then I have a follow-up question though. So after that, I would like another question.
So
But
I think
Prime.
that there should
that
be
was
more.
you.
Well,
I think he said also the promise.
Yeah, so promise first, I guess.
So for me, I would say that we need more tiers above going higher into the progressive tax scale. I think it should probably tax out or max out around $10-20 million a year. And then after that, I think it should be like 65-85% after 10 million. And that's just because you're able to leverage like the strength of the American society to do something that's hitherto like heard of, really, right? So that would mean
including people like me and Jeff Bezos almost to the same tax bracket. I agree with this guy, Promise.
I mean, no, that's the thing. Is like, and that's where like the current system's fucked right now, right? Is there's like it stops at a really low level, and then after that, everybody else is free. But it's not everybody else that gets it. And so what they do is they make people that are just a little bit lower feel bad about it. They threaten them, say, hey, these people are coming after you. Guard your fucking money, right? And then you're stuck there sitting, like, wondering, like, oh, these people are going to go there. Whenever I was young, I was so fucking ignorant. I thought it was wrong to get a pay raise because I would go up a tax bracket, meaning I would get less money. Yeah, no, for real. Like, and then my manager fucking told me that shit too. And like, he was like,
bitch.
He was trying to, yeah.
This is financial literacy. This is a thing. This is a really big thing. People don't understand that the last dollar idea. But
and so like, but that's the thing about like progressive taxes and the way that people have been lied to about progressive taxes. I think that there should be a lot more brackets. The brackets should start scaling a lot lower to help people out more at the bottom.
I think millionaires and billionaires to have their own tax bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with that. And in fact, I would break it up like, you know, a person with 1 million or 2 million or 3 million, right, is on a literally different scale than a person with 500 million, right? We can break it up even within those categories. But yeah.
What would your top tax bracket be? I'm afraid to ask because he started smiling. Did you see his lip curl? He was like, what would your top tax bracket be? So what would Jeff Bezos be paying as a percent income?
Should I say this on this platform? He
All
would
of
be
a sudden, Prime
fabulously
Stuff's
wealthy.
getting his Prime
He
money.
would be fabulously wealthy, but significantly less wealthy. And oh boy, we would find
So
that money.
100%. You would tax 100% over like 500 million or something, or 100 million or a billion.
Maybe. I was thinking of a very high number, but I wasn't thinking 100%. But maybe. There's definitely a good argument for that, I think. But and on that, you know, hey guys, if you want to support the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, right? And support Bezos as well. All right, look, that's incidental.
Hey, Daddy Bezos.
Just distribute them Bezos bucks. Like,
Yeah,
he ain't gonna do it unless you tell him to.
If you're
Jeff
enjoying this
Bezos
content,
is so nice
if
that
it-
he allows people to gift you a Prime sub.
Oh my God.
No money. They're not paying directly money to Twitch, and you still get money from it. That's how nice Jeff Bezos is.
Oh, okay. So okay, but support the channel, guys. If you've been enjoying this content, we've been giving you a lot of this content. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Okay. But yeah, like and I think what's worse with these tax brackets, right? And I think it's a very, very important part, and it helps explain a bit of our politics. Is that what it does is it pits the like modestly wealthy, right? Which is like, you know, six-figure people like doing 200,000, 300,000 a year, right? It pits them against everyone else. It makes they make believe that they have the same class interests as millionaires and billionaires, when that's absolutely not the case, right? Because of these tax brackets.
Well,
of
no.
course,
The people in the range that you're talking about understand it. It's the people that aren't, that try to say, "Oh yeah, people that have $200,000 are like incredibly rich," and it's like, no, that's not incredibly rich at all in any way.
You're right.
I was gonna say, even having a couple million is really not that much when a house is a couple million in a like LA or New York or something.
Yeah.
Like if you have $2 million or $1 million, like it's really only gonna last you a few years for most people. It may be like 5 years.
We're talking about income, right? Income and wealth, right? So like, I mean, income, right? Yeah. So if you're making 200,000, 300,000, that's something. If you're making $1 million a year, that's another thing, right? But still, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, that if you have that amount in the bank, that only takes you so far. But yeah. So anyway, you're correct, GSU, right? Like people outside of it, and it's because people are so low. They're again, if you're making 725, hearing that a person makes 200,000, 300,000, and then being told that's not a lot, right? Well, that's tough to hear, right? And it's tough to realize that you have more in common with a person making $200,000 than that person has to a person making $1 million, right? From that perspective, you don't get that. Which is why, again, breaking up these tax brackets, and then people can, I guess, more easily sort themselves into political groups. That's not the word I'm looking for, but political coalitions that make a bit more sense, right?
Yeah,
I think fair enough.
You should tell this to the Democratic Party, so when they make things like stimulus and everything else, that people that make a little bit more money still get access to it. Because right now they exclude everybody, so everybody's like, "Fuck them."
I agree. What was that other question you wanted to ask?
I have two follow-up questions now, but they're very similar. So, let's say, hypothetically, everyone in America, as an example, was making $50,000 a year or more. Like minimum wage is $50,000 a year. There's no homeless people. There's no poverty. Everybody's making, every single person who's working is making $50,000 or more. And all the prices of everything are the same as they are today. So it doesn't like increase because people are making 50,000. Okay. Then would you still want to tax billionaires that much? Because isn't the whole point to help people who are in poverty, right? Isn't that the whole point? So let's say there was no people in poverty. Then would you still want an 85%, 100% tax bracket?
It's not just like poverty though, right? Like to run a society costs a lot of money. Like we have 330 million Americans, and like I think something like 35% of us don't have healthcare coverage at all. Like children and old people being the highest percentages that don't have healthcare. When you talk about counting on our futures, like public education is not only the largest daycare provider for our entire country's working class dual income family
That's reductionist.
households, but no, it's absolutely not reductionist. It's completely on point. Like
school daycare is laughable.
All schools being daycare counts for a lot. Whenever the majority of American household families earning under $60,000 a year are dual income households, then you start seeing why you need like childcare. That's why school closures were such
to reduce school to childcare is reduction.
Absolutely not.
No.
That's just
Gambit, you're misunderstanding what he's saying. He's saying that it's like a daycare because they have to drop their kids off there. They can't not have school going because they can go to work.
I understand.
It's also the investment.
It's talking about the nature of the situation with it. He's not saying like the teaching is. He's not saying anything about the teaching. Or
I love public teaching. I love public teachers. I love public education. In fact, what I'm trying to stop for here.
Our school is what enables us to work. So it's reductionist. It's not daycare. Not tantamount to daycare.
No, but it serves as that for the vast majority of the American working class.
It serves as an education system. It doesn't serve as daycare.
Sure. I mean, you can ignore that it does have that tertiary benefit, but let's be real, that is a massive benefit for like American families. When you look at how much it costs to keep infant in childcare, 5 days a week, you're talking about thousands of dollars a month.
I pay lots of money. I understand how much it costs.
Yeah. So then you know how much it would cost for us to take care of our older children and making sure that they're getting the adequate education that they need.
They aren't taken there just because people don't want to pay childcare.
Oh, I agree. They're not.
Educate people to make the next class of adults.
So also because it's pretty much compulsory in most states.
It's compulsory because that's what our society needs to be able to grow.
I agree, but that's one of the massive investments that our society has to make. That's why it's not just to stop poor people. Taxes are the investment that motivate our society to perpetuate itself. When you look at what's been happening for the last 15, 20 years, you just see the harvest of America year after year. We learn nothing from the Dust Bowl, save for that we shouldn't have monoculture crops. But here we see the same literal year after year harvest in the same ways, with random economic disasters happening that require bailouts and other things like that.
How is taxing people more money going to be fixing this?
Yeah, our entire industry isn't going to radically change just because there's a better way.
It's not going to radically change if there's a larger tax either.
That's why I don't get what you're bringing it up for. That's what I'm saying.
Bringing what up?
Oh, hey, the agriculture thing. There's a better way to do agriculture. Like, what was that point for?
Oh, because I was referring to the Dust Bowl, right? Like the Dust Bowl, what happened was we saw Americans learn that there were such things as cash crops. Then you had a whole bunch of farmers that planted it all at the same time because this was during the beginning of the burgeoning agro-industrial period of American history. And then we kept planting the same plants over and over again. Well, what happened is that they leached all of the nutrients out of the soil that the plants required to thrive. The plains went barren. It caused the Dust Bowl, and this was just before the period of
and the
Great Depression.
I'm asking you what was what are you tying this to? What are you trying to?
The way that America has been harvested for short-term profit in the last 15 years. It's the exact same thing.
How does it relate to taxing?
This is exactly what I said. You're saying because
we're not taking care of our future.
Our industries.
We're not taking care of our futures.
Okay, so studies show that
we produce enough food and homelessness. What are you talking?
Happiness peaks at an income around $75,000. Okay, so after you make more than 75,000, the average happiness of people doesn't increase, right? So let's say every single person was making $75,000 a year. So increasing their income would do nothing for their happiness. But every single person, there's not a single homeless person, but there's still billionaires. Would you still want to tax billionaires more?
I think that
they would be taxed more. That's how you'd get it.
Yeah, I think that any society should be responsibly taxing the people that earn the most. Like,
You see, I feel like this has more to do with just greed. Like,
why do you
more than
feel like
anything.
why do you feel like it's
I'm
greed?
basically
The way
saying
that
like almost all of our problems, not all, but one of the main problems or most of the problems would be solved in this hypothetical situation, but you still want to tax billionaires just because they have more money.
Your scenario is nonsense, though. That's the problem. Your scenario is nonsense.
Yeah.
When you have a society where you have this massive inequality in wealth, right? This wealth and income inequality that is just huge, right? There is no stability. There is no stability because the wealthy will only keep gaining the system to make themselves more wealthy. They don't sit there and are static. Okay, we have our money, right? Everything's working for us. Let's just keep it clean, right? Keep it stable. No, they want more, right? How can I use this to
you don't think we've like brought up like the bottom class and the bottom class's access to more and more stuff, and you don't think that we could conceivably get to a point where, I don't know, we have like a public option or something and some of the other things that he named and still have billionaires? You think it's impossible to reach that society?
You can have a greater social safety net. We can imagine a world with a significantly greater social safety net than we have now.
That's what he was saying.
Yeah,
but the fact that we have okay.
Let me finish, and then you go. I would like to hear what you say. But there's you can have that greater social safety net, but when you have that massive wealth inequality, right? Eventually, it will fray. Like, because the people in power are going to decide, I don't want to pay for those people, right? Eventually they will, because they are gods among us, and the rest of us are ants. They're like, why am I supporting those people down there? They're not hardworking enough. It's this, rich people aren't, their thoughts and their emotions aren't new, right? The billionaires of today are no different from like the aristocracy of like years ago, right? Centuries ago, right? The way they feel about the lower classes is all the same, and the reactions are all the same. And so no, they don't want to actually support the.
Why is Mark Cuban trying to lower prescription drug prices?
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. He starts a business venture. That he gets to control, he gets to direct, and he gets to directly profit from, right?
Of course,
rather than supporting the democratic redistribution of wealth to individuals, right? Like to say that. We need to massively increase the pay to the workers, right? Like Mark Cuban can keep this money that he invested into that, right? Instead, help empower the workers, help empower labor unions, help empower individuals by giving them by increasing their pay, right? That's not empowering. That's not the same. I'm sorry. Just being the consumer is not the same. That's what we've all been reduced to. It's just fucking consumers, right? So you're like, oh yeah, he gets you another chance to consume. No, it's not the fucking same thing as having political power.
You're assuming that these institutions that you're bringing up have value to him or other people. The unions that you brought up, the Democratic Party that you brought up, and all that, you're assuming that this thing has this value, and that's why he should use that. When other people can see that these things are valueless, and it's largely creating a lot of problems that we have.
Well, I see basically that you guys
his way to circumvent those problems.
You guys, red and blue over there. You guys are both saying like that. You're giving these concessions like, oh, well, let's say 50,000, let's say 75,000. I would be okay with this, but not taxing on the billionaires. So you give these. It's like a rhetorical thing where you give like a couple of concessions, like, what would you plebes want? How much would you really want, so that we can keep being billionaires or whatever. And the fact of the matter is but the point Prime is making is a point that I wanted to make. also, which is as long as you have billionaires there, they're going to rig it again because they have all that money and they have that proportion of advantage over you. Of course, you want to be a billionaire. Your dream is to be a billionaire. You're defending billionaires. You want to be a billionaire. Now, why do you want to be a billionaire? Just because you can swim in a pool, you don't need $1 billion to swim in a pool. You need it for a yacht. You don't need $1 billion to have a yacht. You need it for the power and that differential.
It's amazing to me that y'all think that somehow once you reach some threshold of money, you are immutably this evil character that hates everybody and doesn't care.
Maybe I gave that impression, and that's not what impression I want to give, right? There's certainly not, and I've said it before. I said it earlier in the conversation, much earlier in the conversation. That's actually not the case, right? There are people who are very wealthy, right, who use their money to actually try to empower others to advocate for taxing themselves more, right? Like they're not all of them are dedicated to destroying our democracy, right? But those are the people who are going against their interests, right? We get that. Those are the people who are going against all the financial incentives that are lined up for them. There are plenty of malicious billionaires out there who are using their power specifically to enshrine their power, right? To make sure it's not as if that they're capitalists, like looking for the next generation of capitalists to make themselves to make the world richer, right? To make all boats rise, right? These are people who are capitalists, like, well, I got mine, right? And I've got to make sure I'm going to protect mine, especially from new competition, right? And so they enshrine all this, right? Through the tax code, through the budget, through a myriad of ways. And because they have so much power, because it's so outsized, right? People listen to them. These motherfuckers, right? Like fucking Bill Gates, who actually is not the worst of them, to be fair. But these motherfuckers, they just like decide they're gonna be experts and stuff, right? And then people like listen to them. Like we'll have
they can do that.
It's a weird thing that when they'll have like conferences that they'll hey billionaire, let's talk about a subject that you have like no expertise in, right? It's completely separate from how you built your wealth, but you're a billionaire, and so all of a sudden we need to talk to you, right? You're Bill Gates, and so we need to talk to you about like he gets to become the fucking vaccine czar. Why? Does he have any expertise there? No, not really, right? But like he decided on his own that like my main point, the main thing I'm going to do as vaccine czar is to make sure that intellectual property is protected, which is something that he does know about because that's how he made his money. It's by protecting that intellectual property, by gating things off, right? That's how he made his money. That's what he knows, right? And that's what he brought to the bear. But not like an actual public health individual, a public health professional who might have said, hey, because there are plenty of companies, right? These big companies actually wanted to share their patent technology. Hey, let's actually do that. Let's get this medication, these vaccinations out as soon as possible because the health of the globe actually relies on that. Yeah, so that's the problem. The fact that you just listen to fucking Bill Gates, right? Listen to him about education when he was completely fucking wrong about education, and he altered a generation's worth of children's lives because of it, right? Like, I mean, we acknowledge that he was completely fucking wrong about his educational reforms.
Sure what your reference.
I don't remember.
So, because Bill Gates decided that, I'm going to invest in was it like assessment-based solutions or something? I forget the exact name of his reforms, right? But like a bit focus on like testing and all that stuff, right? In any case,
what's wrong with that?
No, I'm sorry. That's another conversation. Talk about something else, right?
Okay.
Right. But the point is, he had a whole bunch of neoliberal reforms. He put them in place, right? And after a decade or 15 years, he had an assessment. The Gates Foundation did an assessment themselves by the Rand Corporation, I believe, and the Rand Corporation says, "Oh yeah, all this was shit. Everything you've just done was terrible." Like we should, and the suggestions they gave, and the suggestions that they gave of the Rand Corporation were exactly what teachers were saying the entire time, right? It was a complete and total failure. But he put so much money into the system because he could, that the education system bent to his will. It bent to his will. That's where the money's at. So we got to go there. And so we'll put these reforms in place if we get a chance to have money. So again, it's so well, I'll have to bring it up for you later on. We can talk about that some other time. But it's so corrosive. It's so corrosive. This is another example. But the vaccine is another one, right? It's so corrosive that he just gets to make these decisions. He gets to just bully his way into these things, into like the COVAX situation, the COVAX initiative, right? He gets to do that because he's a billionaire.
Well, I think you just said that he's trying to help, though, and you disagree that it's the routes that he went were the best routes, and his own foundation disagreed afterwards. Like, oh, we tried something, it didn't work out like we wanted it to, but he's still trying to help people. He's not evil.
What was there?
No, I gotta address this because it's so fucking. No, I gotta address this because it's so fucking disgusting. Hey, he tried, guys. Tried. Oh, Billy Gates out there. He tried. No. I gotta address this bullshit, right? And I'm not like angry at you or anything. I'm just like, the point I think is terrible. But like, yeah. Oh, Billy Gates tried. Oh, he was out there being a little good Samaritan, right? He took his money from his lemonade stand. He tried to invest in a church, right? Oh, good old Billy Gates. No, what Bill Gates did is he big dicked his way into the education system. There were educators that were saying this is damaging, that the educational outcomes of these kids will be worse off with your reforms. But he did it any which way. He didn't actually care because he thought he knew fucking better. He's like, oh, market-based solutions will obviously solve the problem. He was wrong. He was wrong. And the kids that were affected, they were affected permanently. So the ones who didn't get who might otherwise have gotten a better education, they don't get that time back, right? Oh, he tried. He didn't need to try.
This happens with politicians too. Politicians put in place
this
things.
Is true. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, but we vote for them.
Right, but those politicians are accountable to us.
Saying that...
No. I got it. Don't worry. Y'all don't need to know. I know what he's saying, so I don't need you to translate.
No, I'm not talking about what he's saying.
Those politicians are democratically accountable, more or less. But democratically accountable. Like, we can actually vote them in as a society, right? We can decide as a group, as a nation, as to where we do allocation, right? But when that allocation comes from billionaires, which is the entire point in this whole conversation, when it comes from billionaires, it's what they want to do. And it's where they want to put it. And you're just gonna have to fucking accept that, poor people, right? They have decided from on high, this is what's gonna happen. It wasn't that there was a law. It wasn't that there was a fight within Congress where we figured this out, right? Like Common Core, which so many people hate, but they really shouldn't. But like Common Core is a thing that people decided, they debated, they talked about, and if people do truly hate it, if they truly hate it, then they can get rid of it, right? But they can't get rid of Bill Gates' money. If Bill Gates still wants to push money, if he says, fuck the Rand Corporation, fuck this assessment, right? I think I definitely know I know best, right? So I'm going to do something that's proven by my own study to have damaging effects, right? Who the fuck is going to stop him? Who's going to stop him, right? But Billy Gates, he was helping, right? He ran to a little store. He does a little best. He's trying so hard. No, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. And fuck Mark Cuban too.
Yeah, I'm fine with Mark Cuban starting up a fucking business. Like, if he wants to subvert it, but the problem is, it's the same thing that we're seeing across most markets right now, is that we see more conglomerations, we see more mergers and acquisitions, and we're seeing a narrowing of market shareholders. There are a few really rich people, more and more monopolies. We're seeing less and less competition inside of different sectors, with most entrepreneurship's entire goal just to be acquired by a larger corporation. Like, we're seeing a slow drip death of, like, the American economic system, and it's all for short-term profit. And that's the thing that, like, really gets me about, like, the position that y'all have.
I also just don't think that taxing billionaires would really do much. And like, let's say it didn't. Let's say we taxed everyone over 10 million at 100% or 85%. Let's say, and then nothing really changes. We wait 20 years and things are basically around the same. The poverty rate is around the same. Then what? Then what are your
Let's say
solutions?
doing a massive
Keep
change to
looking,
our
keep
tax
trying.
code and rearranging how our society works, right? Has no fucking effect. Well, I can engage with that nonsense point, or I could just like not waste my time with that, right? So let's say
Well,
that it did. I don't
we
know.
already make trillions of dollars in tax revenue, and it's not solving all of our problems now. There's huge issues with the government spending the majority of the money on the military-industrial complex. So why do you think that it would magically be changed just because they get a little bit more money?
I didn't
I
say
brought
that
this
was.
up earlier.
We've already covered that previously. It's
No,
not
we didn't
that.
cover it.
Yeah,
Y'all just
we,
like
we definitely did.
act
No, you
like
brought. No, someone brought it up in the
I
previous
don't think it
panel.
was covered.
When-
I
when-
said some stuff, and everybody was like, "Oh, that shit's too base to interact
okay,
with."
whatever.
So let me talk about some other shit. That's what happened.
Well, no, we didn't get a chance. We got distracted on lots of things. So fair enough.
For sure.
But it's not the only thing that's done. Like the whole point is not just to tax. One is to tax to limit their power so they can have less influence within our democratic system, right? That is a big thing. That's what people keep like. I keep saying it, but you guys keep like not hearing that. This distorts. A billionaire distorts everything around them. The entire political landscape around them. They are a political black hole, right? And nothing escapes their power. It's nothing there, and there is no heavenly body that competes with this political black hole that is a billionaire and what they can do to the political system around them, because people will fall down and listen for that money. But beyond that, right? We obviously have to work the system. Even if you have more money within the system, if you are taxing these individuals, right? The way I want to fucking tax them, right? You still have to actually democratically allocate those systems. If you literally do nothing left, then obviously if you change no laws, well then obviously nothing changes. There's just more in the coffers. Obviously, but I didn't think I'd have to say that thing because it's such an obvious point.
Well, there's also the shift over time of the way that we've spent our money and how less and less of it has been spent on our people and more of it has been spent on like things like the military-industrial complex. When you add that onto the idea that the method by which we as a society like really breaks down it, I think that the whole like limiting the ability for really rich people to influence the market is like a bonus effect. It's a bonus consequence of us being able to properly invest into our futures, right? You say like businesses, or that, what happens like 20 years down the road whenever we tax all billionaires out of existence, and nothing's changed. Well, bullshit. Like, if we make the kind of investment that we made into military, into public education, public health care, fucking space, like, there's a million different ways that this like shit could turn around for us, and like I think it's too difficult and too reductive to try and sit there and like calculate all of those things and what could go wrong in that hypothetical. It's just too broad based. But like the reality is as long as we're making that investment, it's more than what we're doing now. And if we're doing more than what we're doing now, we can intelligently adjust it as time moves forward. It doesn't have to be like, we fucking chisel out a new fucking constitution. Like, we got rules in the fucker to amend that shit. Like, let's use them. Like, the scariest thing for me is, like, I would personally, if we could get rational people involved, enjoy calling a Congress of States. Like, calling all the states together to have, like, a real, like, constitutional discussion. But the scary thing for me is that you've got people that want to balkanize the country. You got folks that, want to, like, empower authoritarians. Like, this is the stuff that, like, bugs me about it. But I don't understand how, like, we can try and, like, focus on, like, no billionaires in 20 years and then nothing else has changed. Like, bullshit shit's going to change. Like, our society is going to be adjusted. You're going to see like the impacts of decisions being now made for the foreseeable future, right?
So, Prime, I looked up the Bill Gates thing, and the problem is Bill Gates was investing money into these schools to try and like retain teachers and all of this. The problem is if you go to a disadvantaged community where those parents don't have time to spend with those kids and those kids can't participate in other stuff and blah blah blah. I don't care how much money you give to the school. You're not going to change the graduation rate and the test scores. It's not going to happen. It's not a
I mean,
problem.
there's literal evidence of this in a city in Florida. There was a man, a multimillionaire, that paid for an entire town's high school and college and gave daycare. Not only did the graduation rate go almost to 100%, but you also see better long-term effects in the community in terms of like individual happiness. And I'm not saying that we should.
You just talked about paying something outside of directly to the school.
Yeah, that's
talked
what he
about.
Said. So, but what you just said just agreed with what he said. Essentially.
No,
right?
I didn't.
No. What he said would agree with what you said. So he's talking,
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, and I agree. I agree with that. I agree. That simply changing a school system does not alter everything. But like, I'm sorry, this is a larger conversation about like Bill Gates' educational reforms, right? If we could have it. We wanted to have a conversation about that. I will happily do that with you, right? I got refresh my memory and all that stuff as well, but I would love to do it as well. But it just boils down to the same thing, that Bill Gates gets to decide, right?
Sure.
If Bill Gates decides to do something more destructive, that like he is going, I think. If I'm remembering correctly, right, I'm going to assume. I think Bill Gates is more of like an environmentalist type, right? I think so.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So I'll give him that, right? He's an environmentalist type. What if he wasn't? What if it was the opposite? What if he's like, I think that my money, because I've decided to invest in oil, right? My money's tied up in there, and so I'm going to do everything I can to stand in the way, right? I'm going to put my considerable muscle into reforms that make it difficult for people to use solar panels, right? That's the thing that's happening in Florida, right? And in some other states where they're trying to change the tax code, right? So that it's not profitable to do that, to put solar arrays on your roofs.
They're
right?
changing rebates or something?
Yeah, I believe so. But this is not just one state that's doing stuff like that. Either rebates or how
tax incentives work.
Yeah, it's tax incentives, but it's something else. Sorry. The point is that they are making it more difficult because it is
That's
not
the
within
government doing that, not a billionaire. A billionaire wouldn't do that.
Hold on. Where did they get these ideas? Where did they get the ideas? Where did the entire Republican Party get the idea that
I don't like
global
it when
warming
these
wasn't a
folks
real
have-
thing? Why is it the Republican Party is almost alone throughout the entire world with its stance on
Right.
global warming, right?
Bro,
It
you know how
didn't
many
come out of
bills-
the ether, right?
Ain't
You
right.
know this.
They're
Say no to
billionaires on the left.
solar.
We don't live in a world where all the people on the left are incredibly poor and everybody that's rich is on the right wing. Most of the public rich people are on the left wing.
Okay. Anyway,
Like we talked about Joe Rogan, we've talked about Bill Gates, we talked
On that
about
note,
Elon.
thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So okay.
Also,
bye.
there's many countries without billionaires, and some of their governments are more corrupt than the United States.
Is there income inequality in those places? Is there income inequality? Start with that.
There's going to be income inequality anywhere.
Is there extreme income inequality in those places? Right? Is there?
In pretty much every country in the world. Yeah.
No, not every country in the world. No, not every country in the world.
What
Not every
country
country in the
doesn't
world
have
has the
extreme-
same amount of income inequality, right? This is not the same.
What country has the best income?
We can literally
inequality?
look it up. Which countries are have the least amount of income inequality, right? You can probably guess which countries those are, but like you could just literally look at that up. Look that up.
Communist countries where everybody is disenfranchised.
Which
Potentially.
countries have the least income or maybe wealth inequality?
So the lowest levels are Slovenia, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Belarus, Moldova, UAE, Iceland, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and Belgium, with the 10 highest wealth inequality countries being South Africa, Namibia, Suriname, Zamibia, Sao Tome
Yeah,
and
U.S.
Principe,
isn't even on the list.
Central
UAE
African
has
Republic.
billionaires, and you said it's one of the least.
But UAE also pays out their citizens a shit ton of money. And the thing is that Saudi Arabia also imports a shit ton of, like, I think the polite way to call them is indentured servants, right?
Slaves.
The United States is Is it really far down this list? Yeah, the United States is at 41.4. It's way down this list.
I don't know which. Can you send me the list you're looking at?
It's on World Population Review. I think everybody's looking at the same one.
I might. I just don't. I don't know. Yeah. So yeah, when you oh, thank you.
Well, I think if you look at this list, I mean, which countries do you want to live in? I mean, like the. Hold on, let me read this again.
You don't want to live in those. Some places are probably so poor that everybody's poor, so they're like great for wealth inequality, but it's really just everybody's poor.
Yeah, like Ukraine isn't.
Like, who the hell wants to move to Slovenia? I don't know what's going on there, but
Ukraine has a lot of issues too.
Is Slovenia the one?
Just to clarify, when
Sorry, no, I'm sorry, no clarifying. I'm sorry, this is already the end of the night.
You move to Ukraine right now?
This is literally already the end of the night. I'm sorry. What? Huh? No, I'm sorry. This is already the end of the night. We can continue this conversation, but this is literally all the end of the night. I was just about the end. I'm sorry. I don't care. Anyway, thanks all for being here. We'll continue on later on. I'd love to continue arguing this. If you want to dig into it, that's fine. We brought it up before. We'll bring it up again. Anyway, so follow the channel. I haven't done so yet. ! social and chat. For our social media, we have Twitter. We have not Facebook. Why am I about to say that? We have Discord, where we do this. I have this conversation all the time, and we have YouTube. So check that out. Like, comment, subscribe. Becoming a member on YouTube, and hit that join button. Don't hit open. GSU, what are you doing? Now's not the time for that. Okay. Which way?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you subscribe, you can just hop on into these chats. It's pretty fucking rad to be able to actually go over these.
Subscribed. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.